Hello and welcome to another stream, which today will be Vilayna's Adventures, and I read the Homestuck epilogues. So, gonna be doing Vilayna for, 2 Halo missions as per usual. Although there's something special starting today. I'll mention that in a sec, otherwise it'll be, the second one will be the main episode, so I'll lead into VR chat, but the second one's also the special one. But otherwise, that'll be homestuck as usual, doing 7 pages. Probably, and we'll reduce it to 6 after I complete, meet. But technically, one of the days we'll have 9. But anyway, the special thing, and may or may not mean I have to potentially stop, one of the streams being the Twitch stream. This time, Twitch instead stopping Twitch instead of stopping YouTube, because, for highlights I've been, that's obviously Twitch only, given the nature of online games, but this is a bit different. It's gonna be Halo 5, but obviously Halo 5 isn't on PC, so it's through cloud gaming, which means it uses, the internet, meaning I don't know if I can dual stream while doing the game. So it means that if I do have to sacrifice a stream, I'd be sacrificing Twitch first. It will be back on once I get to, get to, VR chat bit and, home stuff, but, yeah, for the specifically Halo 5 bit may only be YouTube only, ideally. If it turns out that proves to be problematic even just streaming just to one specifically, then I will not stream on either, I suppose, which it would be unfortunate. As long as it records, that's all that really matters, but I would like to keep the streams both on, ideally. But I don't have to worry about that right now. Right now, I'm gonna be just doing the special. Being a tiny Halo. But yeah, Halo 5 may only be a YouTube specific stream. Or may not be able to be streamed on both, which will be annoying if that ends up being the case, but Yeah. But anyway, let's begin though on just special. And then I can figure out how Halo 5 may work or not. Yeah, let's continue. I guess I'll have to do a test run. There's going to be a lot of things I'm going to just have to probably figure out on stream literally today because I haven't really planned my VR chat stuff, you know, like there's going to be a lot of probably figuring stuff out on stream today. Given how busy I've been. But anyway, let's just get started with this. I've dilly-dallied too long. Let's begin. Alright. I guess, special sim? Yeah, this is different from the usual.
All I need is Halo.
Don't
What
worry,
the-
I got Halo.
Halo's small!
Look!
Oh my god! They have suicide bomb.
Explosion.
All right then. I'm initiating Cole Protocol Article 2. We're abandoning the Autumn.
What the hell?
Chief? Chief, can you hear me? At last. Are you alright? Can you move? Warning.
Yes?
Multiple Covenant dropships on approach.
This is weird.
Hold the lifeboat signal beacon to throw off Covenant search teams. Other lifeboats probably made it down too. We should search for survivors.
This is so weird. Okay, I guess I'm not getting the weapons of the continent. This is so weird. I can't appear to... what the hell? Okay, this is really weird. I'm gonna die. This is kinda hard. Okay, hi guys. I'll probably need your help. This is so weird.
We read you, Echo 419. We have survivors and need immediate dust off.
Yeah, we could, need, some, stuff like now. If you'd be so kind. Damn it. Another drop ship.
Secure the area before the dropship arrives.
Well,
There's our ride. Get aboard and let's get out of here.
yep, let's get out of here, Lord. I can't even really... It's trying to dive bomb the... Oh, it's dive bomb the Pelican like it did the Autumn.
Welcome aboard, Master Chief. Ready for dust off.
Ah.
Did anyone else make it?
Scanning. Just the captain.
I can take care of myself, Cortana. Time for a little halo.
What the hell?
Without the captain.
What the...
All we want.
Absolute Oh, that was tiny. That was the best. That was the best thing ever. Absolute halo. Anyway, it's time to begin the special because, yeah, of Halo 5. I also have the Reach Sim ready because the Pestilence didn't show up in the Lone Wolf thing. So I'll have to shop there. But that'll be the confirmation of like the end times. Anyway, I think I'm gonna have to use display capture for this let me change as the category to Halo 5. I wonder if it even is on Twitch. Oh, it is! It is on Twitch. Alright. This is a different way to do Halo 5. My controller's connected. You silly goob. I was literally testing this earlier. I will probably lower the sound settings. Also, unintentionally, my rank is 67. I haven't played Halo 5 in a, like, probably decade. Alright, that should probably be better, maybe a little lower. Oh, but it does raise a bit, so... that should be fine. Also, there's my 6 spot, like... But man, I haven't played Halo 5 in like almost a decade. When would have it been the last time I played it? Because yeah, I got my Steam account in 2015, so I was starting to slowly become more and more of a PC guy, but I did play Halo 5 for quite a bit. Probably up until 2017. Definitely by like 2019 I probably had become pretty much PC only at that point. So yeah, probably up until 2017, so it's been like almost a decade. Almost a decade. Anyway, there's gonna be technically 12 missions because I'm gonna include the walk around missions as a part of things. So Glass and Marine Station will be together. Swords of St. Helios and Alliance will be together. Enemy lines and Before the Storm will be together. So yeah. And also, the one inconvenient thing with this using, you know, my browser, you know, web browser, I won't be able to see YouTube yet. Because it takes up the whole thing, essentially. So, I won't be able to see the chat. Which is unfortunate, but, you know. But anyway, I should be ready to head into crack. Let's just test this out first, and then I can do it in character. Alright, let's just test this, see if this works. And then I can do it in character. One other thing is the quality, it is a bit lower. It is definitely a bit lower with like the graphics and stuff. Because it's like cloud gaming.
Spartan
I
Locke.
have noticed.
I have spent enough years with Oni to know the truth.
But it does look like I should maybe able to
Once this is
dual
over,
stream this, which is
After
nice.
all I have done, they'll order you to kill us both.
probably can skip those so I can actually test the gameplay. Also, the controller, like, goddamn vibrates on everything.
We could have taken him.
Let's move. Vale, keep an ear on comms.
Affirmative.
Buck, Tanaka, full security.
On it.
I just remember all the controls. I just remember. Nothing is. Yep, I just remember it all. It might be a decade, like, basically a decade since I last played it, but I remember it all. Ah, no infinite ammo, that's gonna suck. Because the ammo is... There's so little ammo in the game.
Halsey and Imdama are holed up inside a forerunner structure ahead. That's our target.
So Halsey called us?
She said there was
Okay,
something
that's
big happening,
grenade.
and gave Captain Lasky coordinates to find her.
There must be something big.
One hell of a trap.
Contact.
So yeah, this should be probably fine. For the most part. It looks like it should work well. Which is a surprise, to be sure. So yeah, it should work fine. Despite less than ideal graphics. The fact that I'm gonna have to like use like have to be switching out weapons like constantly. But yeah, let's leave and head to the main menu. Alright. Well, then this should work well. I can actually do Halo 5. Unlike what I did before, which I don't even think I can show given it's taking up my browser for it. So unless I might be able to hold on. Use my other browser. Fine enough, my Opera has like Halo music from Halo 2. Yeah, I love Halo 2. That's goddamn. log in. Alright. What was I gonna show again? I completely forgot why I was logged in. Why was I opening up this again? I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, right, that's why I wanted to show. Oh, let me switch it from this capture to this capture. I don't usually use Opera, but given it's using, you know, Edge for Halo right now, fine enough, the Microsoft, you know, web browser for, you know, the Microsoft game. But it would have been Jimmy the Spaceman Season 55, The Missing Link, where I kinda did Halo 5. Right. Kinda, but it was only cut in Jimmy. And welcome. I did some Gmod stuff. This is what you forgot. When did I do this? Oh, it's like 2 years ago. Oh wait, I can have the YouTube chat open over here then, that works. That works. Then why use Edge for Halo 5? Wait, it's gonna have the music though of Halo 2 fudge. I'm just gonna have to close it then. Also, I might actually lower the audio a bit more. Jeez. Jesus Christ, I thought it was already low enough, but okay, that less than 3 should work. Because it can get particularly loud. Anyway, with that all out of the way, let's actually do Vilayna in Halo 5. And it's not just gonna be the cutscenes like when I did as Jimmy, which feels like so longer. I mean, it kinda is because it's been like almost 2 years. Because, you know, after Jimmy, you know, Michael was in the sim for a bit. But then Vilayna came, my new main character, so yeah. Anyway, with all that done and said and set up, let's do this. Shiloh a bit more? I'm just wondering how much I should lower it. However. Another annoying thing is take out my web browser, I can't. Go just ban any scammers and whatnot. They get to live for now. Anyway, let's just get into this. Maybe I should lower it. Let's see how it's almost reaching the yellow in my thing, and it's like I don't want too low. Because when it's quiet, but when it's loud, it's pretty damn loud. Like, the music fluctuates really highly. Like, this is really quite quiet. But it has some really loud spots. Okay, 2 should be good. Let's just go. And if I really do have to lower it again, I will. But let's actually begin this as like Alright. Where am I? What the? Dr. Halsey? Actually, on second thoughts,
Spartan lock.
it is still kind of loud with the, even with the cutscenes.
I have spent it.
Yeah, it is kind of still loud with the cutscenes. Now it's really as quiet as it could go. I'm just gonna have to live with that. 111. Anyway, let's go. Alright. Where am I? What's going on? It's Dr. Halsey. I've never seen this before. Is this Halo
Spartan Lock.
5?
I have spent enough years with Oni to know the truth. Once this is over, after all I have done, they'll order you to kill us both.
Only sucks. And I know that full damn well. I know it too well.
Fire Team
Too
Osiris.
many
Over the last
splinter.
72 hours, 5 colonies have experienced identical events. Massive destruction, Forerunner and Origin. And Dr. Catherine Elizabeth Halsey has managed to contact us. She claims to have information on these
fuck.
attacks.
Halsey is currently in Covenant custody on the surface of Kamchatka. Your mission is to insert behind enemy lines, retrieve Halsey, and bring her back to Infinity.
The rest of these
Be advised,
people.
Dr. Halsey is accompanied by Covenant Supreme Leader Jewel
Palmer
Dama.
and Lasky.
If you have the opportunity.
Understood, Commander.
Good luck, Spartan Locke. Infinity out.
Tracking gear online.
Affirmative. Say, before we make this jump, anybody want to say a few words?
I figure if God can hear how scared I am, so can everyone else. Locke, you buying first drink when we're done?
You ask, you buy. Fire Team Osiris. The light is green.
Not as much as I want my moon, but you know, it's a shame you died.
Comm check.
Comms working fine, Lab.
Copy that, Tanaka. Spartan Buck online and ready.
Spartan Vale online.
Weapons free. Contact.
It looks like it's pretty chaotic right about now. Alright.
Incoming.
We could have taken him.
Let's move. Vale, keep an ear on comms.
Affirmative.
Buck, Tanaka, full security.
On it.
Alright. That's...
Halsey and Adama.
Jesus Christ, it's a battlefield.
So Halsey called
said there was something big happening and gave Captain Lasky coordinates to find her.
It must be something big.
Whoa, I have stuff with this. What the hell? Confetti? Okay, it's still definitely a simulation in the end of the day, and silly things end up happening. Okay. No infinite ammo though, that kinda sucks. Alright, I'm gonna need a weapon.
Move on to Halsey's position.
Okay, I'm gonna need something.
Forerunner soldiers, up the cliffs. Get after them.
Right. What to take? What to take? Don't have a lot of ammo.
Prometheus, all sides.
Good push right up the middle. That's too loud. Might want to consider flanking them.
Okay.
Fire with a purpose.
Jeez. This is definitely a bit different now from what I'm used to. Interesting. Well, this is quite interesting. Ah, Vilayna, you arrived. Ah, Michael, wondering when you would show up. This seems like quite a special sim you got. Yes. Finally, after a long time, it's finally possible. This simulation, yes, has been in the works more than any other. It was really meant for Jimmy, but he only got really half the experience. Barely even a quarter if you really want to factor in like how long probably the fighting would take. But yeah. But yeah, Jimmy only got to experience the story, so he could remember why he had forgot. You get to experience, well, both. I see. So yeah. You get to really deal with both sides of the coin of this sort of sim.
Clear. Move on. Good work, Eddie.
I noticed in the briefing Dr. Halsey lost her left arm. When did that happen?
Jewel did it. No idea when or why.
Reckon it wasn't an argument, or he'd have cut off her head instead of her arm.
Door's sealed tight.
Forerunner security station. Must be in lockdown.
Any way to lift it?
The Artemis can analyze Forerunner systems. Might be a way to override this door. Let's see.
Okay. Artemis. Did that open it? Oh, there we are. This took a sec.
Look, listen to this. They are assaulting the back of the temple. Bring in the Kraken.
Kraken sighted!
Okay, whoa.
Hold position. Buy more time. Jules getting desperate. How'd you learn to speak Sangheili, Vale? When I was a kid, I was stuck on a diplomatic shuttle adrift in deep space.
Speaking Sangheili, I wish I could have learned that.
Spend the time getting smart.
Our destination
I
is
might
on
have
the
been
other
able
side
to
of this
learn that
battlefield.
from Sumi.
Watch out for the
But
Kraken.
it's
The
gone
Covenant are trying
now.
to use it to break the Promethean lines.
I'd rather not get stuff between them.
Jesus Christ, that thing is big. It's shaking the ground like crazy. Jesus Christ. All the guns aimed at it. Jesus. Let's hope we don't have to worry about the thing, but I guess we'll have to worry about it at some point. Alright. More of them teleporting in.
Kraken is falling back. Forerunner defenses were too much.
Yes, thanks for this special sim, Michael. My problems, Vilayna. I was kind of hoped I'd be able to do it myself too, but
Halsey's position.
you know, it just took so long that in the end it's you who gets to experience it. Yep. The sim must be coming to its end soon, especially with something like this finally done. Probably. I guess you will know when the end is nigh for the sim. When you'll have to do I should have been doing. Saving the sim. So I guess you'll know in the end. What's this do? Whoa! Oh, this is massive damage.
Must have dealt a blow to Ndama's authority when the Prometheans turned on him. Gained a lot of followers, styling himself as a forerunner prophet.
Jewel Ndama is an opportunist, not a leader. It was only a matter of time until his version of the Covenant started to break.
Well, it could stand to break a little faster if you ask me.
This is
We're close to
pretty
Halsey's
big.
position. For a charge.
Oh, nice. Ow.
Don't let them through the Halsey. We need her alive.
Okay. Got knights. Not the things around. Alright. Oh, hello. Let's blow you up.
They're closing the melee range.
Let's see if I can stick you. Whoa. And those are like mines. Interesting.
All right, danger is clear.
We move on Halsey and Jewel.
Alright. Let's over here then.
What is the problem?
There are several. Would you like to discuss the finer points of casual reconciliation?
More human sarcasm.
So you have learned something from me, Julie.
You claim to be able to access...
And I can. However, I did not claim to be able to access it instantaneously.
No time to dither. You will also accord me respect befitting of the Didact's hand.
Seems your fingers are an open rebellion, Han.
Enough!
Yeah, good looking.
Resume your work.
Eyes on target. This location does not serve my needs. When she makes another transmission, I must triangulate.
I tire of this, Doctor! You have been chasing shadows for weeks to no avail!
I got going down. Really down.
Captain Lasky would like a word with you.
It took you long enough.
Fire Team Osiris, you are cleared to land in Docking Bay 11.
I sent you my position 3 weeks ago. I told you this was happening.
We'll discuss that in private, Doctor.
Palmer.
What has she done? How far has it already gone?
Good work, Osiris.
She done.
What do you think that's about?
Not gonna answer back. I think this is now in the territory of Mission 2, yep. Meaning, let me just double check. When I start the mission for Blue Team, it throws me there.
Osiris, you are cleared to land in Docking Bay 11.
Well, actually, it throws me here. Interesting. Oops. This actually loads, like, seamlessly from one thing to another. Either way, I guess I probably count the finish scene as a part of the Cyrus mission. So, that's what I can conclude. But yeah. Now it's loading. In the loading loop. At least I've done the episode. Is it going to load? I think it broke. It doesn't matter. Oh, there we are. Took a second. But yeah, that'll be the Halo 5 for now. I love how it has like other games, you know. Master Chief, Power Wash, did in the past, Deathloop. It was did that Quantum Break. because I had to do that because, you know, in a place just to see where as, you know, Sky technically failed. Also meant that I could play, you know, an RMA game. Anyway, though, VR chat time. I stopped the recording, didn't I, on instinct? Yep. Alright, I can see chat again, though. For the YouTube chat. And my thing is no longer locked up by that. Anyway, VR chat time. Oh no, 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 no. It killed the stream. It killed the stream. Oh, it's alive? No, it's dead. It's... It's alive. I think I may be alive. It's hard to say right now. I have to check now. Let's see. Don't hear anything. Check now. Oh, there we are. One's alive. How about? One's alive. How about? Okay, Twitch is alive. Weird that decides to kill a stream when I just switched. It wasn't Halo 5 that killed me, I was switching. That's strange. Like, all my concerns was that I wouldn't be able to stream Halo 5, you know. And at the end of the day, it's just random. It's straight in, you know, internet going like, nah, you're not streaming anymore. But I'll reconnect and like a minute, but the stream will be segmented. Weird. Anyway. Slightly annoying, but whatever. At least, still alive, still streaming on both. As far as I can tell. Sometimes when it breaks, it doesn't mean it's actually streaming. Especially with YouTube for whatever reason. Don't know why, but whenever it breaks, sometimes it's just specifically YouTube's like one gets screwed. I won't know till like later when it's like I look at it, it's like the stream's only an hour long. It's like, oh, that sucks. I'm not gonna restart the stream over nothing, so yeah. Anyway, but yeah, time for Vilayna. Vilayna's bit. Oh yeah, right. I've gotta do planning whilst on stream because the story beats currently, well, obviously Vilayna finally gets to play Halo 5. Any of my characters get to play Halo 5 the first time, but now with Vilayna returning, there's not anything specifically for her. And the story won't really move forward till me and God's thing are done. Sky's thing is kind of inconsequential at the moment. Like, I'm only just getting back into it, so most likely for the moment it's just gonna be the usual missions as usual. Vilayna with Richard or Vilayna with Frank. But yeah. But today, given until like the marriage and like dates combined stuff happens, like story can't move forward, especially with Vilayna getting off the hook with Sherry. Also, there's no real threat in the VRC frequency right now because, yeah, the main things, Walking Dead and especially Hollow Knight, which will only become more common once I complete The Walking Dead. But yeah. Meaning I'm going to be starting my idea of a day in the life of blank. Basically going down the list of people so I can give them all episodes. I need to write down a list. I wonder if I guess I should technically include Michael. I'm probably just gonna have it in sequential order. Some people might get grouped together, like Teto and Neuro. Miku, I think I want to do her own thing though. Because of the Miku Rumi thing. Like them being a thing. I need to make a list literally right now. Since I hadn't previously made it. So let's see. This is an inconvenient time to be making a list, but I kind of have to it since I haven't been able to prepare. Anyway, first is, I guess, Michael, Rebecca, Vilayna doesn't matter. Like, she won't matter. Mary, Emerald, Marcy probably, yeah, can be disconnected from Emerald, even though they are sisters. They probably live pretty different lives. Task. Teta and Rin can be together for the episode. And it's auto-correcting Teto. Thanks. Notepad. Samaras. Which means maybe I'll, with having glue, or goob, whatever the heck I called them, I'm probably gonna make their name change like a bunch of different times. Between like gloob, goob, like gob, go. Nah, that one doesn't work. But that means could go back to Eblos, which would be nice. I do kind of want to do the map again. And that'd be a good way to sort of have it again. Not really worry about the outcome. Like, I don't need to get to the end, like... Because at the end is the Gilded Cage, and that would make no sense if it appeared, so, yeah. Pomni... Why did it autocorrect Pomni to Omni? She's not Omni-Man. Sherry, hopefully by the time I get around to Sherry, like, I would have done some stuff. Anyway, now it's Miku would be next on the list. Anka would be next. And I'm gonna be like, I'll have to probably occasionally inject other stuff into them, but I do want everyone to appear in some manner in the order that I'm writing it down. Luna, Mori. God, there's gonna be a lot. Runa. House calls, I suppose, which I haven't actually done a lot with yet. So when I get to her episode, I'll actually have to be really creative. Anyway, Dimensia. Rumi, which some people probably feature in certain episodes anyway, like Rumi will be in Miku's episode and Miku will probably be in Rumi's episode. But yeah, I haven't had these people appear forever, so it's probably time to do something like this. Ellie, making a list is long. Chica. Susie. A lot of the FNAF girls are probably gonna get paired together in their respective things. Mallow. Hopefully I should be able to balance things out. Or sort of bounce back and forth. Alright, got Liz. Lizzie. Midas. No longer God anymore. No longer SCP-3 for free. Well, still technically is, but yeah. Isabel. And technically, with the thing, I could just have Neuro off the Neuro Circus one off the Samaras. Okay, I'll do it like that. Because I want to try and have everyone have their own focus time. Anyway, then there's Casey. Mary. Not to be confused with Mary. I guess I have to say it more like Marie. And say like Mary is Mary to distinguish between the puppet and Lamine's mom. Anyway, then there's Bella, Foxy. Bit odd that her episode will probably be a pretty much shorter one. Goldie. Bonnie. Fernina. Elizabeth. And who knows if and when I'll do a, bendy. The Dark Revival. Kiwi. Alright, got Michael, so don't really need Michael again unless I do it as an alt Michael sort of thing. That would kind of be interesting to know how the alternate Michael kind of lives, because they are technically the same. They share the same memories, experiences, and whatnot, like, but that Michael is technically ultimately sort of stuck in Kim's world. So, I'll do an alt Michael one. That'd be an interesting episode to do alt Michael. Boop boop. This is just giving me ideas while going through it. Jade. Oh yeah, Jade's is gonna be probably interesting now that I'm actually reading the epilogues, knowing that when she grows up, she's goddamn horny. She's like bloody Marcy. She's like a mix of like Marcy and Kiwi, like, it's kind of weird. So, Jade's character is probably gonna change a bit going forward with new knowledge. Umbra, like, she's probably gonna be a bit more of a mix in, like, my canon, but the ideas of having Jade as Marcy's friend, like, I kind of want to do it, as that would be a weird and interesting thing to do. Anyway, Cassandra, Wendy. Which I haven't done a lot with Wendy either, so I can do more with Wendy. Fee. Ashley. Richard. Weird, like, the only Sky one that I'll be including in this in any sort of way is Richard. But I do want to kind of explore more of my sort of Richard and how it is being almost a shadow of himself, but also a version that is definitely at times appeared way more than Sky's Richard. So it'll be interesting when I get around to that. Anyway, Undyne. Charlotte. Allison, which will also be interesting to do. Ina and Becca. How many is that? Like, probably like over 50 a little bit, because some are gonna be double. Like, they ain't double Miku's, but yeah, I think it's probably gonna be 51. No, wait, it would be 50 exactly, I think. Because Vilayna isn't included. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 21, 24, 27, 30, 33, 36, 39, 42, 45, 48, yeah, 50, exactly. And whatever else gets injected into the episodes. Anyway, got that giant list of things. And hi, Sweetback Boy, welcome. Sure, I can head to V. Didn't see the chat for a second since I was using my phone notes. But got V. It also can be it also can be like J. Doesn't really work for N though, because it's got only a female body. Yeah, it's pretty thick. It's definitely got like the thick robot parts. Michael is canonically married to V. Technically, yeah, and me and God have yet to record the episode together. Kind of, well, like half of it's recorded. Half, only the first half, so Then the weird limbo of being kind of married but also kind of not. Which, I guess these things happen with my characters from time to time. Yes, the V-bot is quite something. I guess you're welcome. Anyway, time now though. Now I've made a list of a lot of things I guess I'm going to be doing in the future. While also balancing whatever story beats need to be done. Like, I guess it's time to actually begin the next scene though. Yes, Michael's going to be the first one today. Yes, fine enough to have my old main character be the focus one for today. Either way, let's begin. Alright, here I am, back to the foundation. So yes, I really am going to be doing Halo 5 now. Crazy. Anyway, let's see what's going on at the foundation. Another form change. See, you're back to normal, Rebecca. Yep. It's a shame, but I'm back to normal again. Oh, there's not much difference. At least you don't seem to lose much compared to everyone else. Yeah, I guess I'm lucky in that fact. As Michael's thing hasn't fully worked out, then now everyone knows thanks to you finding out. At least a few of us do. I mean, I do. But then again, I guess I am your neighbor, like, and I guess, you know, we're good friends, Jim. Yeah. Well, I guess hopefully he can obviously still manage, even if you have less stuff or whatever. Yeah, I'll be able to manage, Jim. Don't worry about me. It's probably us that have to be worried about more. Yeah, true. That's what I've been trying to do. But now I'm directionless. I'm probably going to be having a sort of hiatus. Let the others pick up the slack for a bit. I'll still probably be doing things now and then. Especially when things probably start to pick up again. If the sim reaches its end, that may be coming. I'm still uncertain. It feels like it's getting closer, but there hasn't been a definitive sign yet. I guess I'll know Well, I know. It doesn't really matter. For now, I guess what matters is I deal with darkness at their sub-base being Walking Dead. Should be finishing that very soon. In the next day, a couple of days, however long. It shouldn't be that long away. Like, before I return for my final venture. But yeah. Yes, then the main problem is Hollow Knight. Yeah, that sounds like tough business, Jim. Hopefully you can help save that place. Didn't you meet the Hollow Knight and the Clyde? Yeah, they seem nice. Maybe there's a way for things to not end with the death of the Hollow Knight. I don't know. They seem chill when I talk to them. I guess only time will tell. They're definitely being influenced by darkness more than anything. I don't know. Guess time will tell. Yeah, June. But I guess you're gonna be getting out of here. Yeah. I wonder who will pick this up. I guess whoever picks up the slack will arrange day to day. Hey, I'll definitely be one of the first to do so, Jim, if need be. I helped rob that bank. I'll do more. Thank you, Rebecca. But you did enough before. Now things are sorted with our economy anyway. You can rest a bit. But yes, if you want to, feel free to do so. You know, help out. Yeah, I might do so soon. Maybe not today, but soon. Probably sooner than the others. Yeah, maybe she'll inspire change, I don't know. It's really unclear what will go forwards. I know it's as time will tell. I guess I do want to unite the girls again. Have the old squad back. That has been on my mind. For us to do a mission together like the old days. So I'll probably be doing that myself at the very least. Sooner or later. Yeah, Jim. Anyways, I'm gonna get out of here for now, so see you later, Rebecca. See you, Jim. I guess, I'll be going. Yes. Fate will show, I guess, who ends up being the important ones in time. But for now, I guess I'm done. God damn. Alright. Guess on to Michael. That does remind me, I probably should have one last thing to list. I do still want to do the Vilayna, like Luna, Cassandra team up. That is the idea that's been floating around my mind. So I guess there will still be one for Vilayna as well. So I guess I just put that in the list that I just made. Just so it ain't too long before I do that idea. But today can be Micah. Next time will definitely be Rebecca, which has been nicely set up. So yeah. And pretty soon everyone should be in it. Let me just check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 in that row, so 11. And 6 again, 17. 23. 29. 35. 39. 45. 50, 51, yep. Everyone's in the list. Alright, but I guess switching over gears to Michael. Alright. Which it's the main things in Michael is definitely something with you, definitely something with Myrna. Like the bar feature as a part of it, as Michael's usual job is death. Oh, not to mention, yeah, Mr. Gabriel is still up here. Meaning I actually need to go to Prismix. And Roaring Knight is still in the cellar, which I haven't acknowledged in a bit, so... I probably should, yeah, and acknowledge both of them. And face the night It'd be better if I just why are there so many ones of different Gabriel ones, but that's like, I guess, Summer Gabriella. I'm seeing other sus stuff. Anyway, hopefully the one I use isn't gone. Ba ba na ba da ba. Ba ba da ba da ba. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Pretty soon it should be on the first page. I guess maybe I'll have to use a new one. Do 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 do. Yeah, I might have to use a new one. I don't see it anymore. Why would it be gone? There shouldn't be any reason for it to be gone. Whatever.
Ping as usual, I see.
What did they say? That's a bit blinding. Favor. Oh, it like pulses out. That's kind of interesting. A bit annoying that it's again another one that blinds on entrance, like just like the power one. Oh, they fixed the power on. They now have that as a toggle. Also, this one's a lot taller than I remember it being. Yeah, this one, for whatever reason, they made it way taller. Since the last time.
Ping as usual, I see.
Did he say you're peeing as usual, I see? Is that what he said? Huh, I need to listen to that one more time, like... What is he saying?
Ping as usual, I see.
Yeah, I think it's saying you're peeing as usual, I see. Oh. You know what? Yeah, I'll use this one. I'll use this one. It's convinced me. It sold me on the absurdity. You're peeing as usual, I see. I'm RPing. I built upon the joke. Anyway, yeah. Shame the old one's gone, but the new one's kind of funny. Like, Michael's gonna be like, what did you just say to me? This is gonna be an interesting one. Anyway, let's continue. Oh man. And boring day is death. Let's see, let's judge some more souls. They seem pretty chilled, I can stay here. Pat on. Send down to Chaos. Extra chaotic exam. Man, it's just a lot of souls, so many souls. Souls all the time. This is why I have multiple me's doing the job, otherwise it would not be possible. I just kind of forget about the other me's, but I guess they ain't really here in this frequency. They're probably some of the only people in the Gmod frequency. The other me's. Also, probably male, like the alternative me. Man. Anyway. I guess I should do my daily checks. I should actually hang out with wife, you know, honeymoon, should enjoy it. But I've got business to do anyway. Gotta check on Mr. Roaring Knight. Hello, long time no see, Roaring Knight. I guess it's not daily checks if I'm not really checking on you daily. Yeah, you kind of failed the bill with that one, Michael. You really failed the bill. How's it going on the outside? Is Vilayna losing? She's definitely having a very long journey in Vilayna, if that's what you're implying. Horror Night is our masterpiece then. The one thing that will keep darkness going for a long, long time. How many adventures had she gone on in that place? Almost 20? I have to suspect she's gonna be there for a long time. This is our victory. At last. Helena is the one. We should have used it a long time ago. You would have went through hell. But alas, we did not. And you get to be free. But how long will you be free? And how long until I'm out of this cell? Right now, you know, in the end, you'll fall to me when we see each other again in Deltarune, sooner or later. I mean, Deltarune Chapter 5 is gonna be somewhere in this year. I'm not certain about the future chapters, but still, I can seal you away again. And it means that I probably won't have to worry about you being in the cell anymore next time. Yes, we'll see, we'll see. Yes, when you do it, you'll have Vilayna at your side. Chapter 5. Probably. But I'm gonna leave you here to rot. Bye. Michael, don't leave me here. You know the drill. Alright. Yes, time to check on Gabriel. It'd be nice when I can actually use the cellars for him. But I guess not until Deltarune Chapter 5. Hello, Gabriel. Oh, hello, Michael.
Being as usual, I see.
What did you just say to me? I said...
Being as usual, I see.
I'm peeing. Oh, real mature gamer. Real mature. You're gonna say that every time you change form? No.
Being as usual, I see.
Maybe. You're ridiculous, Gabriel. You know that bit's gonna wear off pretty fast. Yeah, I actually kinda can't control it.
As usual, I see.
I change forms. It's annoying. Still have, you know, my swords. More menacing than ever. Great sword. That'll be a new one. Spinny blade attack. Losing my wings, but I'm not losing them. Spears, which, I don't know actually where they are. And, rage.
Machine, I will cut you down, break you apart, splay the gore of your profane form across the stars. I will grind you down.
Oh yeah, and does that too apparently.
My hands shall ravel it, ending you here and now.
Although I do have a banging theme. Like, you cannot disagree. I'm cool as hell. I suppose. But enjoy your prison. You'll get a cell exchange eventually. You'll get the cellar eventually. Oh, great.
Ping as usual, I see.
Great. That is very unfortunate that you always say it. I kind of feel bad. But it's also kind of funny, so it's kind of funny to let you suffer. Wow, thanks, Michael. Thanks.
Ping as usual, I see.
God damn it! You know, it's kind of funny again. Having you suffer from it. I'm gonna leave you like that. I'm gonna go see Runa. You better fix me, Michael.
Ping as usual, I see.
No, I don't think I will. Bye. Michael! Don't leave me here. Anyway. Let's go check on Runa. Oh Lord. That's quite funny. Hopefully Runa can take care of things while I'm gone. She usually does. I feel a bit bad for Runa though. She doesn't have any real friends. But I guess maybe that doesn't really matter. I guess the only friends she does really know would be Boop Boop and Becca. But they're off doing whatever the hell they're doing. Hi Runa. I'm probably gonna be hanging out. Ah, you're gonna be enjoying some honeymoon time, I assume? With you. Yeah, can you take care of things here while I'm gone? Sure, Michael. Thanks, Runa. I wish you had someone else here, you know. I can sort of be your friend. It doesn't really matter to me. I've always been the loner type. Still, don't you wanna, I don't know, do something? Or friends? And if not friends, I don't know, find love or something? Maybe. There's one guy that is kinda interesting. Although, ironically, is the one that caused the whole me having time mess kinda. Wait, you can't be saying you have a crush on Lewis? I'm Lewis Locke. Yeah, really enough. I don't know. Despite what he did, he seems like he'd probably be a good guy. Unfortunately, as lucky kinda had to do it. He had to favor time. His choices are made by the fates of luck. Maybe he doesn't need a father. Maybe I could help him break free from his chains a bit. Breaking chains is a challenging thing. I know, from everything I had to break and reform. If you want to, you know, go ahead. I won't stop you. It'd probably be good for both of you. Good for him to become better. And good for you to have someone. Yeah. Anyway, go enjoy your time. I'll just be here doing my thing. Yeah. Well then, bye, Runa. See you around. See you, Michael. At least someone around here appreciates me. To be fair. Yes, prisoners wouldn't really appreciate me. Anyway, though, I guess time to teleport to the goddamn actually kind of good to have this. I kind of like to do multiple characters. It's been so long. I kind of missed, you know, being able to do stuff like this. Which one is it in? There it is. Hi, God. Welcome. All right. Time now for Michael and V to hang, even though ironically the actual marriage is still yet to happen. Hopefully soon. Yes. hopefully we'll get to do it. The only problem is it's a Tuesday today, which means Wednesday's volunteering no matter what, even though I don't, you know, have classes for this moment. It's Tuesday's still basically a no-go. Hopefully we should have a chance, if not tomorrow, because I may be tired after tomorrow. Hopefully in the other multiple days, because at least that opens up like Thursday and like, you know, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, like there's a lot of chances. At least after the fact why I don't have classes. The main problem is, yeah, homestuck, which I really should have, you know, just finished the last 80 pages back when I was doing it originally, but I guess, you know, it is what it is now. Anyway, I'm gonna continue. Alright, here I am. Finally, time to have some time to enjoy a honeymoon. Hey V, home. Welcome back, Michael. Yes, you're leaving your work more to Runa and the other years. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I am. But, hi. Wanna do something? Yeah, sure, why not? I'm pretty certain, if I'm correct, there should still be stuff on the roof. I really forgot about cleaning up whatever party event that happened here. Whenever it did. Yeah. Bit strange they just forgot about it, but whatever. Let's see what we can do. There. Why even some of these, like... I wonder which ones we do. There's a meme one? What the heck? I like something with the questions. Or something. There's Pokemon. Mine is a drinking based, and you know me, I don't drink. And you know me, I can't technically drink. I can, but you know, the reason I can drink was mainly designed, you know, to drink the oil of the worker drones. Which, you know, sustained me until, well, you know, we were fixed. The worker drones figured out a way to make certain we didn't need the oil anymore, so we wouldn't overheat and, you know, die. I guess, you know, a design flaw implanted us so that when our job was done, we just die. But, you know, thanks to Uzi and the other worker drones, we were able to live. Yeah. Still a bit weird, you being kinda later multiversally reborn. I kinda forget, we did kinda meet before when you were under that one guy who was like League of Villains guy. Oh yeah, it is a bit strange. That sort of half rebirth, but then I got back to my original body and up here somehow. And then, you know, well, and to date and marry Abel, had a kid, you know, for, you know, 20 years. So at this point, I'm like, you know, 43, like, man, it's kind of weird how events have played out. The multiverse is strange. Maybe we should do ball game. I'm gonna try and, yeah. How many attempts do we get? Maybe 5? I'm gonna try and head for red. Maybe I should go for something easier. As red's like 5 points. Let's try orange. Oh. I guess that's 2 points. Okay, up to 5 points. Oh, I'm locking some of them technically for you. I missed 2 balls, so hopefully I can... Ah, damn. I'm at 5. Yep. I guess I have to... Damn it! That was such a weak throw. Oh, come on. It should be an easy 2 points. I already wasted 2 throws on that. How in the world? Oh, that wasn't even a throw. I just dropped it. There we are. Jesus Christ, that took like 3. Ah, come on. Looks like you won the game. Yeah. That's strange how much there's been. It's, I have a dance party. I know it doesn't work anymore. Cool. There's beers, not really like need any, but yeah. Let's head up to the tower. Such a nice night. Oh yeah, Winter Olympics must have concluded. Yeah. Yeah, pretty soon that could clear bigger. Still, I guess. Kind of funny. I wonder if it's possible to dive into a pool from here. That'd be interesting to try. You know what? I'll go for it. Really? Yeah. Let's go. Whoa! Oh, goddamn. Jesus Christ. That was a bit too much. Yeah. Fine, then you can just stay nearby me. Still kinda a god, even if I'm not true god anymore. I guess I've just learned how to use my powers a lot more effectively. Not that I really use all the SCP powers I have. I mean, if I really want to, and Vilayna probably could do the same, but I could just teleport my enemies around like it's nothing, like annoy the hell out of them. And they wouldn't be able to do nothing, like literally. It'd be what, oddly enough, Ogwalt did to me back when they were 3999, you know. it basically be what they did to me. I thought there was like a heaven patch somewhere around here. I swear I remember something with heaven. Let me fall. Yeah, like a patch of heaven. Almost. Very strange. I guess it's only in one specific localized area as you overshot it. Yeah. You're still studying SCPs even though you retired. As some people don't really change. Yeah, I guess you're right. I'm still curious and fascinated by it all. But this is nice. Oh, got some tomatoes. And what the? Part of this is corn. But, how did that one grow a burger? Did someone stick that there? Probably one of your chaotic friends. Wasn't Boop Boop in that heaven realm at some point? From what I heard. Yeah. It was probably Boop Boop. Boop Boop's the only one doing stuff like that these days. Other than, I guess, kinda Frank. But he is more stoner than chaotic. He doesn't really just leave a burger randomly lying somewhere. He's more likely just to end up places randomly. Yeah. Well, this is nice. But if you really want to, I guess, enjoy the honeymoon, I got a special idea. Is it time for end of the night activities? This is dark out now. Don't you want some food? Oh wait, I guess you don't eat. Don't really need to eat. You can have a meal. I prepared that one earlier. Thanks. Good. Not that I really need to eat, just food's good. Food tastes good. And while you are literally a robot mathematically designed to make, like, everything great and, like, perfect, although nothing really is ever perfect, but that's just how I view the world. But yeah, it means it's pretty easy for you. Hey, there's still challenges, not like everything came easy. Fair enough. I guess you just have to a lot of range in you. I mean, you were a worker drone before you were a murder drone, right? Yeah. It's kind of strange. It's like almost 2 different lives. Well, 3 different lives at this point. My life as a worker drone, back then I was happy. Then as a murder drone, I was an angsty teen. Didn't really care for much, but I did kind of care underneath the surface. I guess I was kind of tsundere in my teenage years. But as I came into being an adult, I guess I sort of gained a bit of my old self back. And through the hard effort of the worker drones, Uzi, like, all of my old memories were able to be properly restored. I miss Uzi. I miss Zen. They were good friends, and, well, you know, I kind of especially miss Zen. He was, you know, my first real kind of crush, if you can call it that. So, yeah. Yeah. He must have been real important. Really important. One thing I do have to ask though is, yeah, and you were basically a slaves to humans. Why marry me, a human of all things? Well, then again, you're not exactly human. You say yourself. Even the beginning of your life string, even though you technically came from Jimmy, your first life was as an AI. So, you're kind of like me. A robot AI that gained a soul. I'm still a bit clueless to how I gained mine. Why a multiverse gave me a chance out of anyone else. But I guess I was probably saved from whatever devastation may have rained upon my harm. It was probably darkness. Scrawling was just a warning of, well, sin. It's a warning of darkness. That was what was truly lurking inside the program, I think. What was lurking inside the virus, the absolute solver. It must have been darkness. Now I have no home to return to. But Jay came here too. Right? With, when I was working under that guy with the League of Villains. Oh yeah. Yeah. Jay was there. I kind of forgot about that. She might be out there too. Not like I exactly want to see her given how things ended. I mean, betraying us for sin wasn't exactly great. I mean, we kinda, sort of, vaguely made up working under that guy, in, League of Villains. What's his name again? Randall? Or was that a different one? I don't know, there's been a lot of League of Villains people. It's hard to keep track. I had to kill a lot. Yeah, I guess you did. But Jay might actually be out there. Maybe you should go find her. If we can. Yeah. Maybe one day we'll actually do that. But we probably should rest for today. Yes, by rest, I mean... Yes, it's time. Alright. Let's go. Just lock the doors. I don't think Sebastian's gonna be returning anytime soon. I think he's probably out with Foxy again. Knock knock. Yeah, it's out. We have time. Technically as much time in the world. I still got my quantum break powers. Where Richard failed, I guess it meant that in the end, I still have a good grasp on time. So if there's knocking, you know, I can just stop time. And they wouldn't even know. Basically, no one would know, but probably Runa and Vilayna. Yeah. Bit awkward that someone will always know, but whatever. Let's just do this thing. Yeah, let's just do this thing. God damn. And done. But that sets up for me potentially having Jay back. I was already thinking about it, but now I guess when it comes around to whenever I do the V one, that'd probably be when it happens. to do the idea. But anyway, right now I'm gonna quickly go AFK. And then there'll be probably reading time soon. I'll probably eating before reading, but yeah. I'd probably check out some more new and noteworthy, but yeah. Anyway, I'll be right back. So, be right back. I'm back. And yes, I'm by Shiny Bells. Anyway, chip time. So yes, I'll be doing no really before reading. And hi, Sai, yeah, welcome again. Yeah, that name is gonna probably be hard for me. Saisia, Saisia. A totally normal 7-Eleven. How is it gonna be not normal? Yeah, that'd probably be easier. Just to do a Z. Oh, that's definitely something. Where was that? What the? Okay then.
People.
England? How'd you figure? Pringles. Fine, I'm just having chips at the moment. But not Pringles though. Ah, and it's the back rooms. My curse continues. They always end up in the back rooms. Is there somewhere else I can go? Black guy, what? Black guy, I don't see no shaman nor people of the darker skin tone. Where do I go from here? Is this the end of the road? Looks like it, maybe. The only way would be backwards, unless it's under somewhere. Nope, that's just the end of the road. Bit underwhelming, but a fine map if I do want to use it in character. I'll try and keep that one in mind. Rhythm Heaven. Or just Rhythm World. Alright. Will I be even able to do this? Let's see. I don't think I'm doing it. At least it's a jam. I have no idea if I am succeeding or failing. I think I am failing though. It is a jam though. Yay! I succeeded, I suppose? Nope, I missed every single one. Oh, Lord. The chips are trying to kill me. Expedition Aries, Space Jam. Oh yeah. The Space Jam is probably coming up. Those always seem to produce some cool worlds. This is a taste of what may be soon with the maps. Mars with life. I assume. Interesting, that's sort of like almost auto climbs. What is some Mars? Oh wait. Oh no. I'm gonna become the other flood. The less famous, but still pretty not great flood. From Doctor Who. Don't touch the water, don't drink the water. And yeah, oh, that's scenic. That was weirdly scenic. Falling through the earth. I'm gonna have to start writing down some of these worlds, like the Megalodon one and that. I know what happened last time, I didn't write them down. Seems like it's not the only list I'm beginning today. I'm beginning a thing. Totally normal. 7-Eleven and Megala. The Dawn. Alright, let's see. Yes, yeah, there's a graffiti thing going on too. I haven't went to those worlds either. Oh wait, it's an Easter thing. Oh yeah, it's still probably a Easter Monday. Yeah. Alright. jump into a portal. I came here to see things, not just to... Yes, it's in these selective worlds. So I guess it's with the thing. Alright, what's new for me then? I'm familiar with those three. Which one interests me then? Is this one? I'll check out one and then go back to new and noteworthy. That's a nice little jungle. Ah, yep. There are the eggs. Coconut. Very nice. Oh, there's one. it's very low frame rate at a distance. The animation. But now it's normal. It's crazy that I can just like pick up like instantly on little things like that. And spending so many years doing a bachelor game design, it's like I relatively know. And even in my screen and media thing, it's like still working similar programs. Like, things haven't really changed. Just it isn't necessarily anything I make is ever gonna head into a game engine. I doubt I'll find them all. I'm just sort of wandering around. Yeah, it's cool, but I want to see other things. Galactic. I want to see other things before moving on to Homestuck. Okay, I guess new galaxy. For our survivor first, we reached down to space. Okay. Let's go! We got Earth to Electric Boogaloo. Alright, we're mining! How am I gonna do it? Is this like now oh, this is like an idle game. But I'm like in the galaxy. Interesting approach. Yeah, now I'm mining 2 asteroids. Okay, interesting concept. That's definitely taking more than a second though. But yeah, I want to explore. Void more. Definitely something from Gmod. I could tell immediately because there was like the whole Void like map series. Because there's been like multiple. It may have been to one of them in character. Two, it's Sky's number. That's not the high time though, but yeah. Why is it Sky's number? Nowhere more. Does that imply we're nowhere? Is this nowhere? Is this where the bus was trying to go? What kind of lure does this place have? Darkness. Hey, it's level 188. Jimmy. Okay, I have to use this map now, like... like, Jimmy Anderson, my original character? Like, this is the perfect sort of thing to use. Actually, I now have an idea to add on to my episode. I'll first write this down, wait more. What was that? Did I see Club Penguin? An update recently? Oh. Yeah. I have to explore that too. From Skytech. Kind of funny coincidence. Fear number? Why is it the number 2 everywhere? It is Sky's number, Skytech. That's weird. That's really weird. Like, the amount of coincidences all in this one map, like, Jimmy, Skytech, his number, what looks like to be a fear of living darkness, Omniverse, Hope Foundation. Okay, that's kind of, with me recently acknowledging that was, Michael kind of made an omniverse and a foundation of sorts. Okay. This might be just one of the most important maps, like, probably ever. But what I'm thinking now is the 7-Eleven uses a dream sequence to sort of like hand out the episode that I just did before. And Michael's curse even affects him in his dreams, which I think be funny. Megadonia and I think will work well for Vilayna and Frank for that episode. So I can be to like Sky like, oh, blah blah blah, and the Voidmore can be Vilayna, Cassandra's and Luna's adventure. That is definitely living darkness. Okay, yeah, yeah. Holy hell. Might be in the endgame, like... Oh, endgame for certain things never really ends. This is back where I was earlier. Stay safe, little one. You are here. Good to know. Good to know. Oh, yep, and there's a pool. Stay safe. Use sunscreen. I mean, if they've got an advertisement like that, I mean... it helps more, right? Very pink. Is the other one blue? Only the bin is blue. Why do some of these don't have doors? Weird. And my mind is definitely cooking up stuff now. Alright. Interesting, the back of this one is sort of goes all the way down here and... Man, what is down here? There's a lot to this place. Deeper and deeper I go. Darker... I thought that almost didn't know where, how. Oh, a chair on its own. That's kind of like the past. What the hell do we have here? It's definitely very sinister down here. Oh yeah, this is incredibly goddamn sinister. Oh, this is so sinister right now. This is so perfect. This is so goddamn perfect. We will watch you forever. Oh, damn, can't open that door. But yeah, this is such a good map, like it's so sinister with these lower parts, and the top parts have a lot of like lore implications. Like the real nowhere. What does that even potentially mean, you know? Jimmy was here. Oh. Oh, that's like goddamn Chekhov's gun, like reading like Jimmy like on the map would make them question like Jimmy, he couldn't be possibly here, and then to find this, to find Jimmy was here. Does that even begin to imply hell? As a supposed exit. What else do we have? Shouldn't stray too far. But I am now incredibly intrigued. No exit. Oh. Ah. I guess I head along here and you were Laura earlier, weren't you? This is a very interesting and sinister map, like. Embrace. This whole thing is like master goddamn class like yeah, this map is 100% being used for the episode when I get to it. Oh, less intimidating Megla that's open now. What? Why did it open? Ah. Ah. What is going on? No, you don't just spin me out the other side and expect me to return to the pool. No, no, we're exiting. We're getting out of this place. I'm now come invested in this almost if I were in character. Oh, you son of a... It locked the door. It locked the door. And I have to find my way back. I've come invested in this like I will on my characters. It's It's no longer a game, Stanley. It's a tragedy. I plan to enjoy every second of it while it lasts. I get back down. Now it's pink and blue. I think back downwards would be the easiest way. No, false exit. Ah, yes. I'm back. You can't stop me from escaping. No, no. By being free. God damn it. And now, is the other door opened? Green. Oh, it's a dirty liar. There was no freedom. You expected the end of this to have freedom, Stanley. Oh, it's a laugh. What a fallacy. There is no exit. There is no exit, Pomni. It was always made up. Okay, that's a bit of an anticlimax after all that, damn. But this is gonna be such a good map to be that thing, like... Yeah, it's gonna be really, really good and useful. But yeah. Yes, I am done eating though. I did see one last thing I did want to check out. I'll check that out. Otherwise, moving on. Oh yeah, and I suppose I should record the dream scene. I'm still in game. Yeah, it's kinda Club Penguin. Well, I'm in the void square. I cannot get out of the void square. Maybe. That's lame. So much for Club Penguin. Alright, let's just move on. I've wasted enough time as is. Let's switch over to Homestuck. For another 7 pages. Stuck. There we are. Now it's time to read Homestuck once again, and there'll be mature themes ahead. Yes, now is when they actually, the more mature stuff definitely appears. Last time I was like saying, when does it actually happen? It happened in the thing. like I said that so many times, in the 8,000, pages, but never really mad most of the time. The most probably mad for was when there was Slick's magazine of, as he would put it, his monochrome beauties. But in reality it was just, ladies with, basically breasts out. That was goddamn fun, had to go censor that. That happened. But yeah, At least the epilogues don't have interludes. Anyway, let's continue. For in another 7 pages, which is going to take a while. Let's begin. Fight Lord English. I was trying to remember what page I'm up to, because in 7 precept be 23. Yeah, I think so, yeah. All around you is pandemonium, multi-chromatic cyclone of streaks and clashing colors as Mina's ghost army claws at the borders of paradox space. Wait, that is her army, right? It seems like it's been so long since you thought about any of this. I mean, to be fair, it's been like, 7 years for him. But you're pretty much sure that there's the you, Mina, Vriska, and the other circuit were trying to raise. So it's true then that Juju has finally unloaded you exactly where you needed to be. The right man in the wrong place can make all the difference in the world. Mr. Freeman. If I was reading this like in Scratch, you know, like how Scratch probably sound like everybody screaming, blood pitches down and goes white the closer to it gets the black hole above you. Anyway, and below you, front and center, is Lord English himself. The big deal version, pimped up, hulked out, throwing a huge universe-ending tantrum. Unlike his younger form, his eyes aren't flickering quite wildly. They are locked in place, an 8 bore in each socket. So its eyes are finally locked into just one, instead of just randomly flickering. You briefly wonder what that means, but your curiosity is interrupted by a massive outburst of technicolor dragon breath coming from his mouth. Does that mean, because the rainbow, I think implied earlier that rainbow implies more immortality. So he may not be immortal anymore, maybe. But it's also on number 8, which is the most powerful of the cue balls. So he's no longer probably invincible, but still pretty damn hard to kill, I would have to imagine. If I am correct, we'll find out. The laser show tears its way through a squadron of ghosts led by, is that Tavros? Something looks like an awful choice to lead an army, but what do you know? Wasn't Vriska supposed to be leading the charge? Where is she anyway? Listen, you don't have time to dwell on Vriska. She's probably somewhere around here, biding her time, waiting to execute her masterstroke and finish English off at just the right moment, like the cunning beach she is. No, you can't think about that now. You've become enraptured by the sound surrounding you, not a sound, a sensation, a subharmonic symphony that you can only hear in your bones. This is it, the end of Paradox Space, the thing you saw in your anime dreams. A hard lump of air travels down your throat, but you don't hesitate. Behind you, the juju disappears, sucked out of reality with a pop. You move your arms in a dumb little motion, sort of like jazz hands, and summon up a wisp of wind to keep your cracked glasses in place. You then pull one of your sickest hammers out of your strife deck. Oh man, it's been so long. Back to strife. Routine friends follow suit. You cast a glance back over your shoulder at them. They're all pretty cool. Rose knitting light around her with its quills of echidna. Dave with his sword. Caleb Wilch. Still very hard to say. At the ready, trying time to sort behind him that look, if you don't squint a lot like JPEG artifacts. Jade's got a favorite gun, cocked and ready with her ears perked up. Let's do this! Don't get overconfident. We have to do exactly like we discussed. First, but Rose doesn't get to finish what she's trying to say. Lord English mouth roars open and a wave of energy blasts through the group. Rose is the only one caught in it. She dissolves in slow motion. You see the outline of a body in shadow. One arm thrown up over her eyes, shoulders pulled up defensively. Cave billowing out behind her. She leaves an after image of shimmering light in her wake and then dissipates, drifting apart like a handful of salt tossed out to sea. You almost hear the cosmic clock counting down, tick-tock, and a chime to accompany her fate. Heroic. Rose, no! Damn, Murray just dead. That Harley seems heroic. She didn't even get to do nothing. Anyway, those guys better not waste the time better fight them before they all die. Jade doesn't wait to fire. Space splints open around her so loudly it drowns out the fire from a rifle. Lord English raises one of his giant fork-off hands to deflect her normally powered bullets, giving Dave an opportunity to attack. Dave raises his legendary blade and aims for the impressive beefy torso. It'd be a short hit, like slashing the side of an unusually broad green barn, but he whiffs it completely. It's a wonder how such a big man can move so fast. I mean, Lord English has, like, time powers, too. And, like, probably other things, I don't know. Jay inspects her rifle and tosses it aside. What is she doing? With all the powers of a witch's space at her command, combined with the infinite abilities of the first guy, and she's still messing around with basic firearms. She makes two tight fists and strikes a pose befitting of a warrior about to power the fork up. She makes two fists and strike... Oh, wait. Alright. She focuses and strains. A doggy snot rips its way through her clenched teeth. A hazy aura envelops her at space and lenses above her form, and then nothing. No crackle of electricity, no licks of Caratus flame. She searches within, realizes her power source is completely unavailable to her. Then she looks up and it dawns on her that thing in the sky, the hungry black orb gobbling up everything in sight. That's where the green sun used to be. It was swallowed completely by a black hole. The realization is horrifying. She feels suddenly absolutely helpless. Jade opens her mouth to scream for help, but she's cuffed. A razor's sharp fragment of reality slams into her back. It skewers her, exiting right through the center of the space symbol on her hoodie. She chokes and goes limp, encircled by a halo of her own blood. Get in there. Jeez. The battle is not going well. Rose is dead. Jade is knocked out. Like, jeez. You're barely a minute into the battle and both your tactician and your most powerful player down. You summon Windstorm to momentarily keep Lord English preoccupied and try to grab your sister's wrist. Instead, you catch her by the hem of her skirt. Lord English struggles to emerge from the wind prison you just wiped up. You see one of the arms flailing just outside the circumference of your storm. Tavros has pulled himself to his feet, and recognizing English's temporary state of vulnerability, directs the ghost on his side to attack. No one is paying attention to him. Damn, poor Tavros. I also just realized I forgot about during the scene I just thought about doing. Whoopsies. I can do it later. Jay is sliding away from you. You're having a hard time maintaining your well and your glasses, your hammer, and your grip on her. Lord English's head has emerged from the apex of your storm. He looks directly at you, and his mighty jaw creaks open slowly, well beyond the reasonable capacity of any more malleable hinge. You stare directly down the barrel of his throat, which sprays another terrible laser shot. There's not much time to react. Make a decision. You let Jake go. She floats in literal slow motion, buoyed by the billows of her skirt. You summon a gust of wind and push her far away from the bow. You're hit by a blow back from the current, and a line of blood splashes across your face. But releasing her has created enough separation, just as you hope. The laser passes between you, narrowly missing you both. You reel back like you've just been punched. Your control over the storm has gone haywire for a second, long enough for Lord English to free his guarded peg leg from it. More catastrophically for you to drop your already broken glasses. You roll around and swing your hammer to bop his horrible, deadly skull back into your storm. You can't really see what's going on, but you hear a gigantic crunch, and then another, and another. It sounds like a CEO commercial is playing outside the periphery of your vision. Dave! What? Is Lord English eating my hammer? Yeah, dude, he totally is. What the fuck? It's a true outrage. This isn't gonna work. Wrangle back with your raging battle without your glasses. Lord English has just eaten one of your sickest hammers due to blind folly. You take a deep breath and dive down right into the sea it goes. You land clumsily, palms first, and do an exhale, hands spring right into a bunch of alternative timeline trolls you don't recognize. Hey guys, anyone seen a pair of glasses down here? It's pretty important. Ariadne shrugs. The gaggle of souls collectively personifies uselessness. It's inconceivable to you that a single one of them will survive this battle. Perhaps it's her best. Behind you, the wind barrier tears open. Lord English explodes from his compartment and swings his peg leg through the army. Ghosts scatter like bowling pins, many flying into the cracks in space before the leg hits you. A troll leaps into action and blocks the blow. Her trident makes a satisfying ring off the peg and sends it sliding backward. Ah, hey, Mina. Well, that was a close one. Time to finally show up. Sorry, we were kind of busy. A bit of a weird question, but have you seen a pair of glasses down here? Are these what you're looking for? Tavros appears behind you and hands over your glasses, still in two pieces. You return them to your face and make a quick assessment of the battlefield. Take a quick assessment of the battlefield. Oh boy, Lord English, now free from your wind trap, is stomping around, throwing an even bigger short fit than before. The black hole above him is getting bigger. You can see the ghosts at the edge of the battlefield tumbling through space towards it, distorted, screaming and helpless. Also, Tavros suddenly is leading an ammo charge of about 6 ghosts to attack Lord English's flesh foot. You wince because you can't see what's coming before it happens. It's a shame because you didn't have the chance to thank him for finding your glasses. English raises his knee and stomps 3 ghosts into oblivion. The 4 others Tavros recruited get vaporized in a beam. The ghost army seems to be thinning out pretty badly by now. Most of the ones remaining are either fleeing or getting sucked into a hole. You whip out another hammer. A classic this time, the wrinkle forker. It's a boring pair of irons, a heart hissing and ready for action. Always irons in the fire. Many irons. All the irons. Many, many fires, many, many irons. You use the wind to propel yourself back toward the fray and save me, goddammit, John. I'm still probably hurtling towards the black hole. Dave is slicing paper cuts into English's torso with glancing nicks from his blade, but the monster's spry as ever, making him a difficult target. Anyway, I'm still gonna be knocked down floating to the black hole. You take advantage of his distracted cavorting to whack him back on the side of the skull. Your hammer connects with a satisfying crunch, and he stumbles back but recovers and lunges forwards into a motion so quick you can barely follow it. English grabs the wrinkle forker with his mouth. Why does he want to eat the hammers? Dude has a thing for eating hammers, I guess. It's like, yum, 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 hammer. Yum, 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 yum. You hold on tight, but he starts shaking his head rapidly the way a dog with a rabbit tries to break its neck. He chomps down hard and shatters the hammer's head, gobbling down the broken pieces. You watch incredulously as the giant dude eats yet another one of your favorite hammers. Unbelievable. He lunges for the handle in a ridiculous greed attempt to finish what's left of your weapon. You recall tearing out toward the black hole, but you manage to stabilize yourself. You look at the handle of your tragically masticated wrinkle forker, shrug and toss it into a hole. Glancing back towards your foe, you notice Mina still appears to be hanging on, clinging to his left suspender. Yo, hold on, going in for the krill. Dave takes a step back to provide some space for whatever killer move she's got up her sleeve. She raises her trident and jams it back into the back of Lord English's neck. English reacts if he's been stung by a bee. He howls and rears up, throwing Mina off his back, and with the force that sends her hurling out into space. You can't track her into the void with your eyes. She's flung so far and so fast, you can only assume the worst. Glancing back down, you see English hasn't wasted any time after ridding himself of the Ixamaris. He has Dave pinned on his green foot and applying pressure. You gotta act fast. You flip out another hammer, you don't care which one, and send it flying towards the monster's face. English quickly whips his head around in the other direction of the sailing hammer and swallows it whole. You rush after it, reaching for another hammer without thinking. The brief distraction, aside from providing English with another tasty hammer snack, seems to have brought Dave just enough time to wriggle out from under a foot, regain his potion, and draw his sword. John, I need a little. Dave ducks a wide blow from English's swinging fist. He backs up nervously, holding his sword in front of him with his two shaking hands. Anything. I need a little anything right now. Literally any stupid forking thing you can do. I'm on it. You pop out your strife deck open and just spam the hell out of your remaining hammers. A few excellent hammers that cost you a fortune to make. A bunch of shorty hammers you made as a joke, and everything in between. With a flick of your wrist, you spin them around so fast they form a perfectly impenetrable barrier of pure shorty hammer. Okay, the barrier is probably not the slightest bit impenetrable, but you got to psych yourself up for the next attack somehow. In your hands is a weapon you haven't thought about in a long time. The manic really hurt. It harms the both trickiest energy and barely contain potential for mischief. You strike the bow supposed to strike while wielding such a clownishly looking implement and begin your advance. How you're interrupted by a voice screaming out from behind you. It's half familiar, half cat. Wait! You whip your head around to see a bolt of orange and green energy racing by you like a bullet. It slams into Lord English, sending him stumbling. I'm back! Yeah, I'm just gonna do both Dave and the Petter's voice for the Petter. So long since I've seen them. Dave stands there with his sword absolutely gog, his expression perfectly reflecting a blend of horror and total inability to process who or what he's looking at. Dude, I can't believe you don't recognize me. It's me, Dave Sprite. Oh wait, it's me, Dave Sprite. And also Nepeta. Now we're called Nepeta Sprite Squared. We're permanently merged forms and worked all our short. Oh well, that sounds forked up, okay. It's kind of just funny. Just yeah, and just merged together. The pair spreads their wings, sending wave of warm light through the battlefield. The light feels comforting somehow when it hits you. Behind them, Lord English is struggling to his feet again, roaring as he rolls from one side to the other like a kicked over turtle. His muscles aren't so huge, it's hard for him to maneuver. It'd be hilarious if only all reality weren't tearing apart the seams around you. The sky shivers and shakes, raining needles of breached matter that burst and shatter all angles, opening new voids where they land. And hi God, welcome back. Above the bedlam, the pet is finishing up an inspiring speech. You realize you tuned out most of it due to its sound, due to the surrounding chaos. I know it looks awful right now, but we can do it. In fact, we are literally the only ones who can do it. After all, it's our destiny. Well, that's last bit was good, you guess. At least you caught the end, which presumably is the most important uplifting part. You and Dave exchange a look that Sai says that needs to be said right now. The pair's right. You three are the only ones left and there's no room for failure. And of course, chaos from you got. Final round. Last leg of the fight proceeds like a well-oiled machine. Perhaps a well-oiled machine continuing down a steep hill towards the edge of a cliff, but well-oiled nonetheless. Kind of like what was happening in Halo 5 early at the beginning of the first mission. You, Dave, and the pair, that's what you call a team. Not just because, upon examining your surroundings, you three appear to be the last living or dead things left in existence. But damn it, you'll take it. Yep. You're the chaos spy, Reed. I guess it's no longer really a comic anymore because there's no more visuals. It is a bit more just like a book at this point. You turn your hammers into a efficient spiral, a carousel of ass-kicking, and direct its fury right at Lord English's face. The butts of the hammers hit him over and over again like racking up points in a slot machine. Dave manages to carve a red line up Lord English's side, drawing real blood this time. Yes, I guess you are the distraction in the library. Shh! Quiet in the library. The slash snaps him out of his suspenders in half and severs something else too, because the sword makes a grisly me squelch when he pulls it out. Dave turns a half second too late to avoid getting sprayed by a wound. Yeah, he must be mortal now. He lost his immortality probably with the end of regular homestuck. English howls and swipes at Dave, not wasting any time. You bury a hammer in his gaping mouth. I can shush you however much I want. Shh. Unsurprisingly, it gets swallowed, so you throw another one. Is he just gonna eat a bunch of them? Another one bites dust, another one bites dust, and another one gone, and another one gone, and another hammer bites the dust. Another hammer gets eaten by Lord English. Now you're just throwing them into his forking mouth like you're feeding him scurvy snacks. Are you threatening me, dear God? As a gluttonous display you won't soon forget. You realize you seem to be stuck in a cycle and you are in serious danger of running out of hammers. Dave, cat sprite thing, help. Coming, bro. You got the squeaky hammer. Squeaky, squeaky. They scrapes their claw while Ring claws up Lord English's back and kicks him in the back of the head. You time it perfectly and complete the combo with a well-placed Vilayna undercut to his jaw. On the snapback, Lord English grabs the head of the hammer in his mouth. Oh no, not again, you big ugly oaf. I really, really like this hammer. Maybe it's the sentiment attached to hammer, or maybe you've just fed up with the gross pig threatening your full inventory of hammers like all-you-can-eat buffet. But the bullshit stops here, you think? I'm dangerous with a squeaky hammer. Which is why you refuse to let the handle go when English wraps his tongue around and unhinges his jaw with the sick wet pop. You plant one foot under his nose and the other on his mandible and tug back. He makes a guttural sound at the back of his throat and sucks the Vilayna deeper in. Your heel slips on some drawer and your whole leg skids straight into his mouth. You twist off balance and fail to catch yourself. Who's weird Todd? You only let go of the hammer when you feel the walls of his throat constrict around your ankles. Oh God, it's gonna eat John. The pressure sucks you in up to knees with one gulp. Vilayna is in his stomach and you're falling down quicker than you even process in the end. No, you think this is such an unfairly stupid forking way to die. I guess I'll figure out who Weird Target is. John! The pair flashes behind you and hooks their arm under your soul as they yank you out, clearing your head from the monster's more laced, but English rehinges his jaws and clamps down on your chest hard. Oh god. The pair reacts quickly, shoving their claws right between his molars. You can hear them growl as they slowly twist the arm to pry the massive maw open. You're not dead yet, but Lord English definitely got a big sharp tooth on you. Your vision goes real blurry, then patchy, then dark, then don't fucking die. I guess you've ditched the big booty beaches. You pass out for a while. You have no idea how long it was, but it was long enough for Daypair to get you out of Lord English's mouth. You can see their face floating above you. They're just a smudge of neon swimming in the sea of chaos. Wow, you almost got bored to death. I wasn't gonna say it, but thanks, goddamn the. What? I'm afraid to say you look like total short, my dude. You should stay here while we wind this beach down. Promouse me, you won't move. There's definitely a lot of chaos at the moment. I promouse? Oh, yeah. Promise. Oh. The pair holds something up to your face, your glasses. They tuck them into the front pocket of your hoodie and pat you on the head before dying through the air towards the battle. You reason don't have the energy to stop yourself from drifting. There's blood flowing up and around you, dilute and bubbly in the air like cooking oil and water. It's yours. Yep, chaos everywhere. Examine wound. You lift your chin and see it. Lord English's gold tooth cracked off at the base and embedded in your chest. It must be stuck between your ribs, you think, because it hurts like a beach when you try to breathe. Oh, jeez, it's got the Romeo treatment. You keep your head up and watch the battle, but so indistinct and far away, playing out like shadow theatre on the wall. Dave finds his moment. He rams Caleb Wilch into Lord English's chest all the way up to the hilt. It penetrates his flesh. Nothing else has to this point. The wound, the blade sizzles slightly. the weapon, the unusual material it's made of, it's poisoned English. He cries out in a cracked, broken sancto. It's an air-splitting wail that clears the last of the first ring apart. Reality falls away from the maroony of the all surrounding white light that is like a peeled eggshell. Come on, Dave, kill him! Kill him! Dave is trying to get his sword free, but is stuck. Almost like Homestuck. Roll credits. Anyway, English shrieks morph into a sinister predatory growl as his jaw creaks open. His mouth envelops Dave's head and snaps shut. He twists once, then twice, and then with the crack, a disaster of blood instantly coats his skull and upper torso. He swallows the disembodied head whole with a triumphant gulp. The limp torso goes spiraling lazily in the direction of the black hole. No, Dave! Dave pairs yelling something indistinct, or maybe they're just yelling at the top of their lungs. That's what you feel like right now, but you can't move. Your limbs feel like lead. You consult your strife deck, but you got nothing left. No hammers, no nothing. It's up to Dave Pair, who appears to have plenty left. If not in the strife deck per se, then in the heart. During the beast's grisly moment of gloating over young Strider's death, Dave stands 20 paces behind him, crouches low to the ground, wriggles there behind him, pounces. They cling to English's back, wrap legs around midriff, draw back their arms and plunge their claws deep into Behemoth's armpits. The gloved hands up, knuckle deep into upper serratus muscles on either side. They then spreads their wings in an awe-inspiring display. An unwitting spectator viewing Lord English from the front might suspect the garnished orange-green wings belong to English himself. They pair them with all their might, lifts Lord English in the air and flies towards the black hole, trailing ribbons of blood and neon. English resists fiercely, but they already both locked into the gravity well. Beyond any threshold escape, he can't do anything about it, no matter how much he screams and cries. This victory, this final sacrifice, has always been the destiny of their pair, as they sensed from the moment they were created. And to die on this day in this way has been the destiny of Lord English. The black hole, the gaping impenetrable cosmic body of death, the dead cherub, his long departed sister, finally welcomes Lord English home. English and the pair are sucked into a subatomic whimper. The reunion sends shock waves across the powerful remains of paradox space, and then everything is wholly and utterly categorically silent. It's over. Lord English is dead, but it doesn't feel over somehow. You don't feel like you've won. You barely feel like anything, actually. All you can think about for now is the pair. How they were so unfair and brave. How they sacrificed themselves by flying into the black hole like a fucking piece of garbage. You always hear Dave saying, "May God rest his soul." You collapse against what is passing for a thought, the moment of Ali, no corporeal conditions surrounding you. It doesn't feel possible. You're not sure you can even trust your perception well enough to believe it, but it seems to be over. You're convinced yourself of this truth well enough to allow yourself to exhale, enough to allow yourself to silently acknowledge the agony coursing through your body, and from the gold tooth lodged in your chest, enough to allow yourself to succumb to overwhelming urge to sleep. Close your eyes. John! No! Yes, we'll see what is up till later. Jeez. Hell of a page to start off. When I was a child, I wrote a novel. Rosa speaking with her eyes closed. She is worried, but standing for now near one of Dirk's work tables. She has both hands resting on the catharsis of her recent project. Sawtooth 3.1. The energy humming inside its mechanical heart warms her palms. Dirk snorts, but in a good-natured sort of way. That's the closest he usually gets to laughing. Another one of those Londe childhood wizard fics, I presume. He leans his elbow on the table and stares over the brim of his shades. The weight of Dirk's scrutiny is potent. She looks away. Complacency of the light. Ah, the wizard fan, the fic then. Yes, of course, there's nothing like the polished masterpiece penned by the middle-aged version of myself around the world, nor did the saga span as many volumes. 13 hours only managed to draft the one. It shames me to say how pathetic. I know. Her steps back, trailing her fingers over the rivets that line Sawtooth's 3.1 chest. Eyes closed again, she passes in front of the window, which the sun set behind her. She's a shadow, ringed in yellow like the turns white at the tips of her hair. Though I must say, in defense of young Rose's literal integrity, having carefully studied all volumes of the other's work, then revisiting my useful preteen scribbles of passion. I observed more power and motion in the single rare-green notebook than the full span of the best-selling series. It's more raw, it betrays considerably more sincerity than my younger self was ever aware of stitching into that prose. It meant something. She turns to look at him. Yes, the work had soul in it, where for the middle-aged one it was more just not being a corporate thing. For all it's plainly evident amateurism as the literary product of a child, I've come to believe it's much stronger work standing alone as a single volume. Its meaning and symbolism patently compressed, and its message shining through more nakedly, undisguised by the cleverness of a more seasoned writer. But the basics are the same as the series you read. The plot concerns the machination of 12 wizard children. They revolt against the complacency of the wise, kind wizards and go on to become responsible for great evils. Isn't their intent to commit atrocities or their nature to do so originally? They become corrupted by an overabundance of knowledge, the kind meant for the mortally, for the more minor grasp. Yeah, this sounds pretty close to my recollection of it. It certainly wasn't the most forked up thing I ever read, but it was the most psychologically potent, the most personal easily. But the personal aspects to it were all telegraphed through allegory and esoteric symbolism. I wrote it in what would be best described as a fevered haze, as if I were pulling inspiration from beyond myself, channeling the story rather than writing it. You always call the process. She runs a hand through her hair, fanning into a halo that is suspended in the air for a moment. Trailing spiderwebs of gold that dissolve into dust. She's smirking now, just a little. Enlightened. That sucked. Yes. It also sounds like it's the opposite of what was going on. Sounds like you were trapped in some sort of a diatribe phage state, causing you to chart your own mental profile using metaphor revolving around murderous omniscient children. I'll consider the playful pun rescinded. Apologies for diminishing your presence with the suboptimal health and the toll it has taken on my wordplay. Thanks, it's been very difficult for me. You're a real trooper. Anyway, my point is that I have long suspected my story was a pre-manifestation of my sea of light powers. I was seeing beyond my universe into another. My original thesis was the children represented the 12 trolls who created our universe. Over the years, I have come to see how malleable any apparent fact of neurological significance can be. Adaptable, actually. Adaptable to shifting circumstances, insane stakes, and allied ensembles. 12, that's how many players went through the door at the end of the game. Exactly. My friends and yours, as well as Kanaya, Karkat, Teresi, and Cloppy. Wait. Teresi went through the door, but John, Mrs. Teresi? I guess he didn't talk to her, but he said that she was around. What happened to Teresi? Did something happen when they entered? Man. There's not really been any real mention of her. At all on this side. What happened to Teresi? As time will tell. Duck sells in against the wall beside her, shoulder to shoulder. She seems to take some measure of comfort in physical proximity, and she finds herself leaning against him, probably without thinking about it. Dirk imagine both of them really do that. He doesn't pull it. If it's her, it's alright. He won't begrudge her for a small weakness now. High enough. Dirk's actually kinda taking his the role he technically sort of has his ecto father and whatever that means. You describe this in a fact of neurological significance, which makes it seem you suspect there are correlations that are something less than only providential, as if there's a part of you holding on to the belief that certain figures are coincidental, that their significance and repetition smacks of bullshit. Do they not smack of bullshit? They smack of a bunch of things, and bunch of other things also happen. Smack of bullshit. But the network of relations isn't perfectly traceable. Nor can they all be mapped on a one-to-one bias. It's unclear exactly which things are smacking, just as it's unclear that when it comes to bullshit, not smacking accurately describes what is being done per se. Rose looks up to Dirk with the ghost of a smile that she's inherited from him. On her face, its blankness is as enigmatic as the Mona Lisa's. Could it be that if you know who is smacking of bullshit, dear father, and I smack of my many admirable qualities as well as keen insights? Well, that just outright confirms it's just taking the father role, even though they're like the same age. They're both 23. Which is a bit odd, but has, weird, logic of the homestuck universe. She doesn't seem to have enough repose to return, but Claire lingers. She stares into his shades as if convinced she can see past them. Dirk allows their eyes to meet. I'm just saying, it's all evidence of a grand design. A mortal metatextual apparatus beyond ken that we can only catch glimpses of when we proverbially showing our brains out through our nose, which both of you and I know. Which only you and I know, apparently, which is precisely my question. Her gaze drifts towards the ceiling. In my story, all 12 of the disciples fell victim to vagaries of power. They were filled with light of knowledge, and by one they succumb to it, turning insane or evil, or most often both. If this is an effect unchecked powers have on players living in post-canon victory state, then why isn't it affecting any of our friends? Well, I got a few theories. I got a few game theories. She shoots him a look. It's kind of the look Kanaya gives her sometimes. Only a few. I mean, some of us have stopped using our powers completely. Not a whole lot of need for emergency resurrections or complex time manipulation on a planet that never had a conflict more serious than a spore or a rumpled hat shortage. But aside from how often they're used, some powers don't lend themselves to infinite expansion of one's mind the way ours do. What was Dirk's thing again? I totally forgot. But his thing. But I assume time, but that doesn't seem right. I can't actually remember. Prince of Heart, if I remember correctly. Yes, Prince of Heart. I pulled that out of my mind. Typed it to double check too. But why is his allowing him to know everything? Prince of Heart, I guess he knows what the heart desires and thus he knows what's going to happen, maybe. He knows Dave wants someone other than Jane be the leader. So, yeah, that's my theory. That's my dark theory. Anyway, I see. So you're saying there's more matter of one aspect that is whether one's powers are practice will allowed to atrophy? Yup. In that case, Rose sways silently. In that case, perhaps Terezi had the right idea, getting away from this place, I mean. Maybe I was a fool for imagining I could settle down here. Oh, she didn't die, she left. Well, at least nothing bad happened to her. Hopefully. She ducks away from the wall in a tortured ragdoll motion, one hand snapping out vainly for something to brace herself against. She staggers forward a bit. Dirk doesn't reach out to say anyone else might have seen this, had the empathetic reflex to do so. Maybe it says something about him and his lack of this reflex. Maybe it says something about Rose that she prefers in this way. Try as she might to convince herself otherwise. Though marriage vows and occasional ban about adoption with their wife, she is still a solitary creature. She grasps, sucks her breath down her throat and squeezes her eyes shut so hard that a tear rolls out. She slides back down the wall, sitting on the floor to save her energy. She's mostly composed when she raises her head. There's a bitter laugh at the edge of her words. Which also makes me think, where the heck is Kanaya? Like, where the hell is she? Wouldn't she be supporting her wife that is in serious pain and... like, all that? How are you handling this so well? I assume that just the freight stars them, but you seem to be taking this in stride. I won't lie, it's definitely making me feel pretty crazy. Dirk stands over adjusts his hair, crosses his arms. He makes no motion to bother joining her on the floor. He looks very together. He says the word crazy with some intonation with he might say good morning. It's hard to believe he means it at all. But I've got more practice at this than you. I spent most of my life before the game multitasking my entire fucking subconscious. I had several times my age on paper to contemplate their mysteries. Here's a prying open can after can of worms filled with answers I don't like. Cut yourself on the edge more than you can stop getting surprised by all the blood. I see. Yeah, I guess he did really have a lot of stuff in his head, like all his splinters of himself that, you know, he literally made glasses that were just another splinter of himself, like... So, yeah. Rose wraps her hands around her upper arms like there's a winter chill rallying through the workshop. She shivers. It's not headaches that concern me most. In fact, I don't think it's the expansion of my powers that is causing the headaches, but rather my own resistance to it. Sometimes I got this feeling that I could, if I really wanted to, just let go. It would be as easy as opening my eyes. It's like that feeling when you're far enough out of a dream to be conscious of it, but not yet awake. I'm caught in the limbless space between reality and reverie, where people once believed demons dwelled. Limbless space? Mention? That term I don't think has appeared up until like this point. It has become like a more common term by this point. When this was written. But the only reason the demon is still sitting on my chest is because I refuse to banish it. All it would take is to look directly at it. I'm forcing myself to stumble through my own life as I was asleep, or all this pain and sorrow could go away if I just allow myself to wake up. Then why don't you? Because I'm not sure that the person opening her eyes will be me. Damn, that's deep. Her voice has lost its seat, swallowed by the swells of darkness lurking in her imagination. Living darkness? This time, Dirk does reach out to say her. He kneels in front of her, curls a knuckle under her chin and lifts her face up to his level. There's a delicate motion as he pulls off his shades. He's taking off the shades. He's serious. I understand completely. Man, Dirk actually being 100% serious. Rose's eyelids fly heavy. She meets the intensity of his naked gaze aloof, like she's not aware this is the first time he's ever let her see it. Huh? I know it's pretty nonchalant most of the time, but I actually am scared shitless of myself. I always had this uncanny ability to chart a course from A to Z and not give a fuck about any of the layers in between. I'm not sure anyone should be allowed to have that much foresight, especially a guy like me. What upsets me the most, I think, is the distance this is all putting between me and everyone I know. The further above the board you fly, the harder it is to get. I gets to care about the pieces. I hear you, and personally speaking, things usually work out the best for those pieces. Do exactly what I say, so I'm probably not the kind of guy that you get to be right all the time. Rose laughs softly. She's not scared of this abyss she's staring into it all. She doesn't even think to look away. Yes, when you're high above, you forget, the pieces or the people that are important. There's really not an inch of humanity in there. I just spent a lot of time in my own head. Made absolute self-absorption as the inevitable outcome, and the self is all you have known when you're drowning in it. I know there's plenty of things that suck about me. No point fretting humanity about the things that don't. And yes, I may be a short human being, but as a mechanic, I'm off the fucking charts. We all have our flaws, Dirk. We all have our failures. But we all have our successes too. Rose eyes grow distant, almost mirror-like. Dirk can see himself reflected in a vacant stare. All the pieces in their place. The mechanisms are running smoothly. She says in a hollow tone, it's the disarming voice of puppeteer ventriloquizes for a marionette. Her head falls toward her shoulder slowly. Dirk catches her cheek as she slides into sleep. It's difficult for the untrained ear to spot the exact moment in their conversation when the words she was saying stopped being hers and started being his. Or maybe they were her words. Does it really matter? In many respects, they are basically the same person, aren't they? Kindred spirits in blood and perspective. The puppet masters of the respective games they like to believe they're playing. But you already knew that, right? What? What? Why is that text orange? Hussy? Oh. Oh, things are gonna change. This is the most awful point to pause. But it is dinner time for me. Like, just when things are about to, wrong moment, get interesting. I'll be back. Still got. I think I realized I did the math wrong because 15 plus 7 is 22, not 23. That would be plus 8. But yeah. Anyway, I'll be, right back. Her full estimate is like 750. Normal estimate is like 805. Anyway, I'll be back. I'm back. Let's continue. Oh yeah, it's now gonna be interesting because it's gone to orange text. None of my friends have noticed yet, but you have. You have the ability to read between the lines, to understand our lives are blighted by this undercurrent subtext of narrative significance. Wait, is this dark? I thought it was hussy with the orange text. Anyone paying attention could have guessed by now who's really telling this story. You're not so innocent either. I caught you leering at some pretty personal moments. Are you having fun being a voyeur? Just violating the shore out of everyone's privacy? Yeah, I think it's dark. Are these teenage romantic entanglements panning out the way you wanted? They never do. Maybe it helps being able to see everyone's thoughts described in plain sight, broadcasting the eternal conflicts, the compromises, the doubts. Does it make it easier for you to accept the emotion faltering, the missteps, the basic ability to reach out and seize the opportunity for happiness repeatedly dangle in their faces, knowing that thoughts are transcribed by a third party? Does it fill you with a sense of unease, of sickness, sensing that the observations made of their mental interiors may be tainted? Jeez, this is going hostile mode. I'm sorry, Turk. I just want to read the damn thing. I'm just, observing this absurd, place. Well, how do you think I am? I can hear you wondering. You know who I am, of course. The better question is, who do you think you are? What is so special about you? Nothing, of course. I am a name, a gender, a vision. I am a monolith of concentrated narrative authority. Is it hussy? I'm so confused. Relaying events to you and swaying them as I see fit. Whereas you're pointing on specific, you're generalized. Infinite witness to all this. You are especially beholden to me as those whose lives I describe. I can have the ability to decide what you actually means. I'll take the units away from you and put aside another passive mark, such as John Egbert. You didn't notice what I did, and you had no objections then. Why would you object now? Okay, I think it is actually hussy. So what makes John so special? The answer is something I'm sure you suspected all along, but rather not face, which is probably nothing. He isn't special. He's quite ordinary, I assure you. Boring, even. And getting less interrupted by the minute as he's forced to confront his absolute lack of heroic purpose as a pawn to be manipulated by a fatalistic reality. The only reason I wouldn't think it's Hussey as well is it's quite hostile, it seems. Maybe someone new? I also like to make it clear it's not even that remarkable and unremarkable, and it's simply convenient for it. Anyone can be endowed with this newness, and if I think it achieves a certain goal, even for objectives merely to demonstrate the gambit's potential to reveal the epilogues but not behind it, to make a show of who matters and who doesn't, even if they do matter, for how long and what purpose, as dictated solely by the allocation of this Fultry. Your Eunice can be stripped from the lowly Egbert just as easily as it is given and bestowed upon the mighty circuit. But even only long enough to dismiss the vigilous spotlight hog from the narrative forever. Good riddance. I haven't revealed myself to you just to boast about the abilities arising from the gradual obliteration of the constraints on my consciousness. So it is? Dirk? I only taken a moment to answer a few questions, the one I heard you ask, because, again, you are specifically and therefore does not matter. By one to imagine you asking, and by imagining these questions they become less fake, such as the mandatory not fake answers. What is it, Hussey? I'm so confused. No, in truth, the time has come to make my presence known in order to start bringing my plans into fruition. It's time to get down to forking business. John needs to wake up. You wake up. A Deltarune run. What? Your eyes open. Actually, you're not quite sure they're open. Everything entirely bright like it was inside the juju, but worse. Did you go blind? Are you dead? Is your ghost dead? You spend a couple of seconds flinging through the miserable worst case scenarios, but then you see it, your own blood floating around you in a nimbus of shiny taut bubbles. You reach out and touch one and it bursts around your finger. I assume it's Hussey for now, just so I don't have to do the Dirk voice for all the text. TV variant of Pinocchio? Are you talking about Tenor? If I process the true magnitude of what happened, of what has happened, the first ring has been completely destroyed and you're all done. Everything hits you at once. The light, your memories of the ball, the unearthed sensation of weightlessness. It's a hammer stroke that hits you in the center of the head. It spits like rivers through gray matter. The pain and disorientation goes all the way down to your throat. You double over and okay, TV Pinocchio, whatever that means. Just you mentioned Delta before, so I was unclear. I know Tenna kinda has a long nose. Well, you're vomiting up every word in your stomach. Rest assured it's pretty gross, and I don't think anyone needs an explicit account of the ways you're disengorging your entire gut into zero gravity, or the way it's coating your entire torso in puke. From the long blue hood to your silly yellow slip-ons. Yes, they're spitting heat. You seriously need to get together. You're like absolute sure right now, my man. In fact, you really should strongly consider issuing an apology for the mess you're making. I'm sorry. Who are you talking to, dude? No way for miles. Everyone's dead. Well, almost everyone. But certainly the vast majority of what qualifies as everyone in your current frame of reference. Every single person, every single thing, nearly literally, has been sucked into that monstrous black hole up there, including every single fragment of black empty spaces being used to provide the canvas for this bleak continuum. Most of your friends, Rose, Dave, Absurd, Cat Dave, and hundreds of ghosts, who are valiantly contribute to a victory which you are only now beginning to question the function, necessity of. Functional necessity, that doesn't sound like something I would think. That's because it's not. What the fuck? You finally notice, no, not me, you're ignoring the fact that I'm a voice in your head. You're now gonna adore me, Stanley. You noticed how it hurts when you breathe. Suddenly you remember the Lord English's tooth is still embedded in your chest, John. You panic wrap your hands around the base and give it a little tug. It's excruciating. The tooth awfully grating sounds along by your ribs. You grasp and lose your grip by the inside of your mouth so hard you taste blood, John. Anyway, can't blame you for trying, but I wouldn't do that if I were you. Without someone to administer proper medical care, you bleed to death pretty much instantly. On the other hand, the tooth is poisoned, so you're pretty much forked either way, and that's really all there is to say on the matter. Sigh. Your sigh is painful registration, and wonder what to do next. English is dead, so you suppose you can go home, right? It's tempting. You consider zapping back to Earthsea, being done with this nightmare for good, and never breathing a word again to anyone ever again. But you can't yet, can you? Why, you wonder, what's the harm? You're right, it'd probably be a harmless decision in the grand scheme of things. Certainly the easier thing to do. But what about your friends? You saw Rose and Dave die with your own eyes. You saw countless ghosts getting swallowed whole by a singularity. How about Jade though? She's still out there somewhere, injured, alone, and scared. That's your fault, isn't it? It's all my fault. You decide, no matter how terrible you feel, you should look around first before you leave. You're the one who dragged her here. You're at least this much. Plus there's someone else on your mind, isn't there? You proceed to wander for a long forking time. Time passes differently here than it does for everyone else. Here, I'll simulate it just for you. I just gotta go take a piss. Then I microwave myself a hot pocket. What? Is this Roger? What the? Then I'll come back. In the time it took me to do that, you spent hours drifting through the entire circumference of the black hole, thinking sad thoughts about years of incarnation that led you to this point. You're merely humming the Ghostbusters theme to yourself. You got so worked up about your GB 3 stars that you almost miss it. Probably not Rogers though, but still funny. There, 11 o'clock, do you see it? It's a tiny dot floating over there. Huh? Scramble to catch it before it drifts any closer to the event horizon. Got it? What the hell? It feels familiar, but you want to make sure you're not imagining it. A wallet? Your dad's wallet. You chew your lip and press your fingers into the soft leather. Space is an infinitely large expanse and a wallet is tiny, insignificant object. Sure, there have been some crazy coincidences in the course of this wacky adventure you had over for the past 10 years, but this one feels very precisely aimed at your heart. You take a deep breath, then unfold the wallet and open it. Anyway, back to B-plot. Okay, now it's just being meta. This is probably Hussy. Right about now, Jade should be wrapping her political presents to Roxy and Cloppy, using a lot more graphs and fewer words than Dave did when roping her into the election. Her approach is definitely more heady, but it's also more accessible. Jade's got this disarming combo of head in the clouds, flightness, and the kind of legit down-to-earth cred that can only be earned by having done something like cutting open your own grandfather and stuffing him full of protein foam. So, you see, Jane's neoliberal Austrasian measures Roxy groans hearing the phrase neoliberal austerity measures for no more less than the third time in this presentation. As I outlined here in graph B2, and here in VA6, and here in this very spooky drawing I dedicate to Callie, great drawing by the way, will no doubt lead to a whole bunch of ugly societal backlashes, not just in economic terms, but on a number of other more serious adversities that we've been lucky enough to avoid on the new Earth so far. Didn't realize Jade will also be political. I guess they're all pretty much worried about it. You don't say. I do say. The thing is that Jane is an established leader. She's looking at doing things the way old universes did them. She's pretty convinced that she's going to be able to replicate the capitalist hierarchies that Earth had, but in a more responsible way. But none of that stuff actually worked. And you think Karkat can do better? I think it's worth to give him a chance. He's a leader of the people, and his experience firsthand what happens when the establishment goes too far, which I can imagine you can sympathize with. Jade takes a deep breath, panting a little. Her graphs are floating around the living room in disarray. She spins them around her, gliding her hands through the air like a conductor before folding the pages together and sinking them to pocket size. And that's my pitch. Roxy and Calliope exchange a look. I'm going to get us tea and snacks. Would you like some, Jade? Oh, yeah, sure. Any preferences? Pumpkin much if you have it. Of course, I'll be right back. Calliope excuses herself from the conversation and flees to the kitchen, seemingly making no attempt to disguise the fact that she is in fact fleeing. Jade deflates as she watches her go, sensing that her presentation wasn't the same junk she was hoping for. So, what do you think? Well, I gotta say this has been a hell convincing argument, but I don't know if I can help you out. What? Why not? Roxy presses her lips together and bounces her palms on her knees. Her gaze slides east, right out the window. She and Calliope live in a Bethlehem above no prospect. One end of their living room is an oral window that looks out over a public park. The other disappears into an arcading hallway lit at the far end by a giant stained glass window that Calliope made herself. The colors supporting its windy, abstract shapes carved into them. The room reminds Jade of her childhood home, except for it's bright, warm, and non-inhabited in all corners by corpses and goats. That's why she can't settle down. That's why Jade keeps filtering from couch to couch, relationship to relationship. She can't stop thinking to herself that home comes awfully close to rhyming with alone. Home is John, who doesn't call anymore. Home is Rose and Kanaya welcome her in from a corner and help her set lyrics to her sick bass lines. Home is here, staring at Roxy's irreverent method of storytelling and admiring Callie's art. Home is Dave and Carcat, especially Dave and Carcat. Jade knows that this selection is important for a number of reasons, but let's not mistake her enthusiasm for some kind of humoristic altruism. Girl's got personal reasons for doing all this. Jade drifts down the sick cross-legged on the couch beside Roxy. She stares at her with the doggish expression, eyes wide open, head lolling to the side until she gets an answer. I just don't really care about politics that much, I guess. Roxy turns to face Jade again, smiling apologetically. Also, this selection is all kinds of personal. I mean, if I came into your house and asked you to make some grand political whatever against your BFF, would you all be like, oh yeah, tote, sign me the fuck up? I'm all about the sowing of discord among my childhood friends. Sigh, let me guess, Dirk got to you first. Not even. I got no problem telling Dirk where to stick it. I'm out. But Dirk's not the one running. You know, he thinks he's not the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. Sure, but give Janie a little credit. She's got more moxie and ambition in her pinky than the rest of us got all together. She's been playing this for years, but she, ruthless. Roxy frowns. Jay is being pretty unfair. Fragile. She's got be Miss Perfect all the time for the billboards and press meetings. Always wearing those power suits, trying to look like a big bad beach. You mean like the condensants? Wow, ouch. I'm not just imagining it though, right? You see it too, not to dredge up something horrible from your history, but the whole image is just kinda woof. Is that what you guys think? You and Dave and Carcat? Well, yeah. I mean, Jade, Dave and Carcat will have a good flippin' point. Like, she's kind of being xenophobic. Roxy leans forward and stares Jade down, like she's searching for something behind Jade's eyes. Jade unwillingly responds in kind, looking for meaning beyond Roxy's glare, but she comes up empty, and to be honest, so do I. Yeah, and I guess the eye won't be confirmed for a while. Who the orange man is, if it's Dirk, Hussey, or someone else new entirely. In the spirit of full closure, Roxy is the only one left I haven't been able to crack. Her mind remains a total enigma to me, just like it always has. If I had to guess, it's her void power that makes her visible, even to increasingly omniscient pies as myself. That both makes me think it's dark, but also not dark, because omniscient? What is this? Goddamn Scratch? He's dead though. Oh, is he? I have no idea. Hurry and Scratch his voice for a bit. For all intents and purposes, it's like her thoughts don't exist. She's the same person as far as I can tell. She still wears her heart on her sleeve. But the bottom line remains. Roxy Lande is still utterly fucking inscrutable. Well, Jane's not perfect. Roxy shrugs and runs a hand through her hair, which has recently been cut shorter than usual. And I don't know if she'll be a good president, but she's not Betty Crocker, and I love her, and I don't want to hurt her feelings, and that's pretty much all to say on the map. I'm just gonna return to normal voice for narrator. Assuming it's maybe Hussey, I don't know. Kopi returns from the kitchen with 3 cups, a handmade teapot, and some candle cakes. Jade finally arrives. Fine, I understand. Callie, what about you? Kopi sits down the snacks and brushes Jade aside so she can sit down. She puts a claw in her mouth and makes a facial expression more complicated than you'd think a skull would be capable of. I'd rather stay uninvolved, thank you. I feel like I've interfered in both politics and a personal argument between friends would be implied, as well as kind of stressful, to be honest. Yeah, sorry, Callie, I should have put you all down on you. Let's apologize. More snacking. Kopi claps her hands together. It's a bright noise. Her tone of voice is bright too. All these years and she still can't believe that she has so many friends. She smiles at Jade and Jade smiles back. The tea tastes great. The cakes are even better. Callie's an artist in everything she does. Oh, Callie, you're such an amazing hostess. Roxy, you're so lucky to have her. Roxy giggles awkwardly. She gives Jay a gentle jostle, an elbow to her ribs, and lowers her voice. Psst, not her, damn. Oh. Jay tenses up some payloads, takes a wide look to Kopi, who is smiling politely. She realizes a bit too late the insensitive nature of her social misstep. Oh, she grabs one of Chloe's hands. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to culturally incentivize. Hey, I just been stupidly calling you a girl for years like a big fat dummy. I know, I'm such an asshole. You're absolutely not an asshole. I didn't mind being called a girl. I still don't really mind. It's just not exactly accurate. But I did take some confidence being a girl for a very long time. This is something I only recently decided. Yeah. So yes, Chloe decided them, I guess, because I guess the biology isn't exactly male-female, even though it kind of, with the lore, it did basically say that there would always be a male and female counterpart. One would be chill and one would be angry. But they are technically kind of share the same body, so yes, they are also genderless. I haven't had to think about this stuff for a long time. Roxy pauses even though the lilt of her voice makes the sentence sound unfinished. She starts the next part. Now, me too, actually. Yeah? Oh yeah, we're both at day household now. Package deal thing. Things are non-binary as fuck around here. Wait, what? Really? Yep, well, I mean, that's probably a dumb and bad way to say it. Don't tell anyone I said it that way, Ruffle. But yeah, that's what's going on. Roxy? Seriously? Like I said, fucking inscrutable. And I feel like Roxy's probably only saying it to, you know, be kind to Copy, which is nice, you know, very cool. But it's kind of like she's just doing it for pretend and actually feeling it. Where Clopey comes from literally an alien race where it's like technically they were both genders at one point. So they literally can do them. And I guess not in the sort of more metaphorical ways humans do it. But it's still cool if you want to identify it way. As long as you're not identified as a goddamn toaster, that's a bit odd. But you know, people can make their choices, I suppose. I judge too harshly. Well, not really harshly at all. I'll just be a bit confused and then just accept it and move on with my life. Like, okay, you're a toaster, you're a garbage can. There's no literal significance whatsoever to my life. And I move on. I never would have guessed. Not that I spend much time contemplating issues related to gender. I'm pretty secure in my expression of masculinity, and you know what? Fuck this. I don't owe anyone an explanation of any sort of this topic. I'm confident with who I am, what I am, my gender, as well as understanding of the concept. You want my honest opinion? It's fucking fantastic. Good for them, both of them. I mean, but also both of them in a single fashion, since each of them now individually be referred to by the conventionally plural them. I mean, I'm happy for them too. If they want to be a they-them couple, cool. I am ecstatic for this personal development they embraced, for the people they are, and the lack of gender which they identify with, and the pronouns they prefer. I have no problem with it whatsoever. And frankly, it's fucking insulting anyone would ever imagine otherwise. Yes, you've done all your stuff, like, feeding hours, gone. So, yeah, I'm gonna allow it. Carry on. Is it Hussey or is it Dirk? The way it speaks, it's like, it implies it controls the story, but it also implies, like, it knows them. But wouldn't Hussey know Roxy's mind? Oh, this is madness. Ah, yeah. Cool, God. Well, that felt good to say out loud, man. Hell, a way to come out. It's okay, I don't want to make you uncomfortable. I know. But I am curious, if you need to talk about it, I mean, maybe. Kelly and I have been talking about it a lot, unpacking all kind of baggage with the alien stuff and my human stuff. And so I got to thinking, what is even gender? Am I right, Lol? Makes sense, I guess. I mean, generally, it's the description of biology that we made up. Class is a bit more complex than it used to be, and there is the rare chance of XXY, which is technically both genders. So, yeah. Jay looks at where her hands are folded up in her lap, bites her lip. She has her own concerns about this and her own thoughts. Reasonable thoughts, I say. But I refrain from any further comment. I'm staying away from the subject from now on. Basically, guys, it's a whole complex, I guess, now talk on gender. So you're not doing gender anymore? Yeah, I guess not the mouth. I mean, not all the stuff from our old universe. Why we even bring it here, right? Right? Why are you grabbing the shotgun? Carpy takes a tea cake between her claws and eats it delicately, hyper aware of the horrible gnashing and sipping of how her powerful jaw is capable of. My ideas about Jen. I honestly don't know why right now. Sure. Between two of their claws, the TK is being two of their claws and eats it delicately. Sorry. My bad. We're entirely influenced by the time watching Earth. I suppose I only thought of myself as a girl because my brother took masculinity quite seriously. By which I mean he became very enthusiastic about all the things it supposedly meant to be a boy. Chair persistence is dichotomous, but not in the same way human biology is. Oh. God. I okay then. I suppose our view of human culture indirectly influenced alternatives development, which in turn affected yours, which is something I had a lot of time to think about since we came here. It's also very circuitous and arbitrary. Yeah, exactly. Like, when you think about it, remove Latina, I don't know. Yes, them dead, which, why? So much of FC thinks what boys and girls should do comes straight from the imagination of Bond teens, which is totally forked. Sure. Jane nods quite thoughtfully. She'd be Doggy's forking uncle if she wasn't gonna come across broke as hell about this. Also, we definitely entered the territory where woke is a word that has entered the vocabulary by 2019. Thoughtfully though, it makes sense to it. Eye-opening, really? Why hasn't anyone told her this was her opinion when she was younger? She probably would have loved being a day when she was a teen. Oh, I see. God. You're doing a roundabout, I guess, joke then. Always, gosh darn. Hunting the big booty beaches, Lord. I mean, what am I going to do? Get married and pop about 100 babies? No. Exactly, I mean, once upon a time, I guess I thought about that. Yeah, but you were like on the trickster candy, Roxy. I think it's just a universal trait of that goddamn candy. But I don't think it's what I really want. I just like the idea of me and Dirk making some smart, awesome kids together. Because I like the idea of Dirk, and also no one else on the planet was alive at the time. But we had some babies without being assaulted about it anyway, so whatever. Your kids are pretty cool, I know, right? Personally, I'm a big fan. Let's go back to 2014. No more wokeness. Wokeness has gone out of hand. It probably wasn't as bad, like the division of the term woke in 2019, given it was probably just starting the form, like. But I think we've all pretty much universally agreed not to use the word word anymore because it's just, it became a goddamn mess. And it really wasn't helping anything. This is why I rather prefer like probably different terms like you know, understanding and I'm having a brain blank. I'm trying to think of the other smart words. Yep. Humor's definitely changed as well over time. Especially Jen now laughing at, you know, dumb jokes like 6'7", god damn it. Ironically enough, guess what my rank in Halo 5 is that I found out today? It was 67. It was totally unintentional. But that's the rank I left off at in Halo 5. I haven't played the game in like a decade and I come back to it today only to find out that. Like, that is a very unfortunate coincidence. But anyway, I became a mess, so I like the term understanding or I can't think of the big word I'm trying to think of. Like, just be understanding, knowledgeable, be more open-minded, and I don't know, I can't think of it. It's somewhere in my brain, but I can't think of it. Maybe the word intellectual. That'd probably be a word to describe being smart, but that's not, I think, the one I'm trying to think of. I don't know, I won't worry about it. And that's that Jade smiling again. The storm clouds so quickly, you know, you almost would have thought she was anything wrong at all. Roxy and Cloppy certainly didn't notice, but is something wrong, and this time they notice. The word doesn't describe you. Tasmanian Devil Crash Panic again. Jade drops her tea, the cup hits the floor and shatters. Jade? She takes in a sharp breath. She's not feeling well suddenly. She's dizzy, feverish, seeing things beyond her field of vision. A flash of light, a black perfect circle burning a hole in her eyes. She tries to stand, but her knees wobble and knock together. Roxy shoots out for a seat and catches her before she hits the floor. What the hell is going on with Jade? Why is she suddenly collapsing? Who needs knowledge? I think a lot of people need knowledge. Knowledge, understanding, kindness, being open-minded, you know, not diminishing each other, you know, trying to be equal, inequality, sure, there'll always be differences, but we should be united even through difference. Oh, sure. Is she okay? I don't know. Get a cloth from the kitchen and some water. Okay, I'll be right back. Did you hit Jade in the kneecaps with a crowbar? Mr. God. Roxy eases Jade into the couch and checks her pulse. She doesn't look bad. Jade wears unconscious while having spent her part of her life napping. Roxy slaps her cheek slightly and says her name, begs her to wake up, but she can't hear her. Jade is somewhere else right now. Did you quantum crowbar? Like sleepy, sleepy time, Jade. Jesus. Jade grasps and begins to spiral. On. The new theory. You're the narrator. You have the same color text. Okay, crackpot theory time over. Her body vibrates, sending waves of space distortion out in all directions, but there's nothing to absorb those distortions. No space, no nothing. She's floating on a void of pure, overwhelming light. I was saying that your color, the yellow kind of matches the almost orange color of the thing. She feels it even before she feels the pain from the wound in her chest, the vast emptiness surrounding her, the absolute abyss known as the first ring. Oh wait, it's the other Jade. It's the Jade with Dawn, not the Jade with the Roxy and Kopi. For a moment, she's feeling that she's recalling something, images and sounds in her head, and resemble memories. But the memories aren't hers exactly. Is she recalling the other one? What a coinky dink. There seemed to be someone else's, the older version of Roxy, someone with a cheerful green skull for her head who was Roxy's girlfriend. Something about election. No, this doesn't make sense at all. The memories are slipping away. Anyway. Yeah. The Jade with John is thinking about the future Jade. Quickly they dissolve and soon they're completely out of her mind's reach, like she's waking from a dream. Just like that, they're gone. After that, all the memories belonging to her, along with the dire predicament for which she must claim responsibility, her friends, Lord English, the great nothingness, the savage wound in her chest, that black hole. You did attack her. You monster god. You're like Lord English using the crowbar that can break any juju. She looks away from it quickly, reflectively, that way you turn away from a light source that's too bright. The one causes the same kind of discomfort to hold. It's too dark, it hurts, yet calls to her. Her hair spills around like tentacles unfurling. She coils into a fetal position and runs her fingers along the edge of the shard in her chest. It sends pins and needles under her skin. It's pure negative potential. The absence of a future. The thing screwing her through right now is the space rest between arms. She tries to move, trouble getting a grip on it. If you want to be a villain #1, got to get a superhero on the It fails to behave like a solid piece of matter. Regains lodged within her stubbornly. It hurts, but she won't finish dying, not just yet. She unfolds, blinking against vast, empty light around her. Her memory ceases as she moves, filling her mind with the knowledge of the loss she has. She's 16, she thinks, trying to orient herself. She just fought Lord English after being plucked out of a doomed timeline, at least if you can call what she did fighting. But was that a dream? You are a great villain. It was significant. She knows that much. Dave and Carcat. Why did they jump to her mind as a unit? Earth-C? What's Earth-C? Concepts collide, commingle. Two different understandings of her world knit together into each other easily as she takes her next breath. And funny enough, given now I know from the epilogue, she's gonna have a similar experience probably very soon in my canon. Knowing the adult Jade is goddamn horny as like fuck. Urgency bleeds off her neuroreceptors, melts right out of her fingertips. She indeed lets herself float, unmoored, carried along an ebb tide in space that only she can perceive. Raph has to deal with it. So, in a way, you have to deal with it. She wonders if anyone else has survived. She wants to see John. Yeah, the angry boy white moron. Because I think the new Jade is gonna be like half her old self. Also, like I think it'd be very funny that Jade ends up being like friends with like Marcy and like Marcy is like my probably like most horniest character, like like I think I've got some probably interesting things planned with this new knowledge. She didn't notice the moment she gazed her back towards the black hole, but she couldn't look away if she tried. In slow, hazy spirals, it beckons her. Run, sassy boy. The longer she stares at it, the deeper she peers into a fold of infinite autophony, and it gets and loud it gets loud. She only now notices there's something emanating from it, but not the kind physical ears can detect. The whole has a voice, one that becomes mature the more the black sphere dominates her senses. Well, I guess, given, like, Marcy is, like, you know, pretty much the horny one, like, I don't know, like, with Jade awakening to her epilogue self of hers, like, with the new knowledge that she's now gonna remember, like, a whole other self of the beyond canon stuff. Like, I feel like it's gonna be a very strange and friendship where Marcy's like gonna probably encourage that probably haughty side of her. And it probably will end up being bad news for Raph when they do inevitably date. Jade wounds throb. She hears a voice filling up the dark space between her ribs. It's calling to her from the center of the depth of everything. She kicks off her ruby red slippers and drifts ever closer. Come. What the fuck? I think I said that. Jane leads into the soaring descent. She listens to another command, but the hall has seemingly said its will. She considers asking who is speaking, but her mouth stays shut, powerless against the forces transfixing her. Yeah, Raph's gotta run. Jay has no way of knowing who this voice belongs to. She has no context or understanding the true nature of this being. But role being played, absolutely bringing the end, and how the logic has been waiting for this. She has no idea, but either. The dead sheriff is making a move. We should get the fuck out of here. Let's see what Day's up to. Oh wait! Red! It's not a male's voice. It's the other cloak here. So instead it's more like, come. I just realized that, yep, you're the voice of reason. Like, before, at least before I had this knowledge, all he would have to do is, it would have been more her, like, dealing with the anger. But now it's like, she deals with the anger, he deals with the horny. That's the cost of it for each other. Jade will have to be like, why are you so rude? Don't be rude. But then, when she's feeling like, it's like, well, Raph, you're looking quite handsome today. Holy shit, that's disgusting. Don't be a fucking xenophobe. I'm not being a xenophobe. It's gonna be an interesting time for their relationship. Also, Michael's definitely gonna probably end up being mad at least one point because he's probably gonna see his old apartment has like bras and stuff thrown over the couch. Like, what the fuck, Jay? Like, what the hell has happened to my old apartment? Carcat doesn't respond immediately. He shuffles his feet to edge of the outcropping they're standing on and stares down at the brood pit where the mother grub of Ursi is squelching out unfertilized jelly. Yep. Jade's be flowing with wrath when he's angry. like Raph will be like, screw you guys, blah 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 blah, whatever's going on, you know. And she's like, well, you are quite the fire, huh? Do you know I'm not a xenophobe? That answer the silence. Dave actually backs up for 3 seconds and thinks about what the hell just came out of his mouth. His worries said something wrong here. They wasn't being horribly insensitive inside a place that's probably holy ground for few Alternian-born trolls left alive. Yeah, probably would like the things Raph would be yelling. But yeah, my side though is just Michael finds his old apartment basically from the ruins of Jade is gonna go up to his old cat and be like, what did I call the cat? Georgie, I'm pretty certain. Is gonna go up to Georgie and be like, what has she done to this place, Georgie? And Georgie's just gonna be like, meow, 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 meow. Maybe flipping xenophobia isn't the best look in front of your alien pseudo-boyfriend when it comes to jamming about the irrequisite simple biological difference between your species. Why did you just text that? They could definitely be handling the situation with the certain measure of restraint or grace, but he's got my gene, so he decides to handle it in a different way than that. So it is dark. Why is he being like, I can influence the story however I want, unless he's just being hyperbolic? I mean, I do have to read in the dark voice. God damn it. Yeah, I suppose violence. But goddamn, that means all the orange text I gotta read is Duck's voice, which is just Dave's voice. But great. I mean, that's not the whole election thing. It's about having your back when it comes to this reproduction issue, all that and the economy. Let's not lose sight of the economy in this critical discussion. But I'm almost as passionate as this troll cesium thing as I am about the economy, which you may not have known is my #1 issue. Yeah. Meanwhile, Jade, Raphael's insults would be like, oh, quite feisty today. Maybe you get something special for me. My wheelhouse, you could say, but otherwise, wheelhouse is like giving a fork about feelings and culture in short. Carcat still doesn't answer. He's staring real intently at the jelly. Dude, hey, Carcat, yo, Carcat, are you listening? Hey, dipshot, shut for a minute. I'm not ignoring you because I'm mad. What? That wasn't why. I know you perished like a delicate lilac bloom in the forking desert, if not showered with my verbal attention at all times, but I'm kinda witnessing the rebirth of my entire forking species right here. You ever think that might be a monumental moment for me? That I might be awestruck at the pure majesty of this sight? Excuse me. Dave comes into the edge of the outcropping, standing shoulder to shoulder with Carcat as he too observes the majesty, translucent goo getting birthed out of an alien asshole. Carcat's got a strange expression, cast in shadow, half in orange light. Dave winces at the gross, nasty slime. Jude spires out a bunch of air bubbles. It's gross, gargling fart that goes on basically forever. Man, is it gonna be annoying to read all the narration text as Dirk. I don't want to, I might honestly just read it normally. When it's Dirk lines, I'll read it as Dirk, but that's really annoying to maintain. Especially at this point on the, final page, I mean. Yeah, but it's totally disgusting, right? I can't fucking believe you. What part of this is disgusting is the slow deflating of its disattended abdomen. The sound of dozens of segmented layers clanking against its exoskeleton. The unfertilized slurry being slowly squeezed from its oval positional spine. Is that it? Is that disgusting to you, Dave? Kind of. You're right, it's horrible. To be completely honest, I would have gladly gone the rest of my rich existence without ever seeing this. It's like you squished the toothpaste down in the middle, only the tube is filled with fierce juice. I'm sorry, but I can hear you from down here. Do you want to talk to me, or are you intent on performing an impromptu and very unfunny kayak on my front step? Oh, hey, Kanaya. Hey, there she is, at last. Kanaya. Anyway. I'm probably just gonna read the narration text normally, even if it's not hussy and deathly dark. Maybe with occasional change it to dark. But not all the time. Dave grabs Carcat by the wrist of his oversized sweater. They skid down the narrow walkway and to the mouth of the crater. Kanaya steps out from beneath the canopy when she's doing grub science. Gripping her hands on the silk cloth, she's glowing. Her skin, I mean. Her mood can be politely described as pensive. Still, she smiles at the sight of old friends. What's shaking, sis? Must you always call me that? Nah, but it does feel pretty rad to say, like, wow, my sister-in-law is an alien, how cool is that? Of our awesome planet where everyone is free to form, feel like family units without fear of government interference or reprisal, which is totally smooth segue into the topic at hand. That wasn't smooth at all. In fact, I don't think it would be possible for you to raise the subject we come to talk about in a more obstinatiously awful and awkward way just because you did that stupid little... Here, Carcat pauses to imitate a very common Davism. I am dying at this point. that involves two hands and a double wrist swivel. It's incredibly good imitation because he sees this particular bit of body language like 10 times a day. Motion with your hands doesn't make it smooth. No, the reason is it's smooth because I'm the one who did it. I got inherent the smoothness in its quality and it transfers to everything I say and do. Also, the thing I do with my hands isn't stupid, it's cool. It's the stupidest thing I ever seen, and you do it like 10 times a day. What is it even supposed to be? I'm dropping a beat like I'm using a turntable and scratching one song into another, all smooth and short. It looks like you're trying to fold laundry you forgot to iron. Dude, you never once in your life ironed a shirt. I'm familiar with the basic mechanics of your Earth customs, Dave. Okay, iron is def not culture. I've seen Kanaya iron like a whole bunch of shirts. Yo, Kanaya, back me up here, sis. Kanaya regards them with a thinly lipped smile and quiet measures patronizing and fond. So this is about the election. Yes, you already heard. Kanaya holds up her phone. I do get internet down here. I'm impressed you managed to see it in front of that many people without spontaneously bursting into flames. Wow, thanks. Another vote of confidence from one of my dearest friends. This condensation is really rich coming from the person who decided her narcissistic obsession with being the one to hatch the mother grub was more important than not seeing our planet with a stopgap system of reproduction that would systematically speciesism to obsify into society from 5,000 years. Cockett, hey. This again? Yes, this again. Fork. Cockett, buddy. Remember the game plan here. We need to get Kanaya on our side, not alienate her completely. Kaka, I acknowledge that you have been consequences to the decisions we made regarding the foundation of this society that we're not foreseen or ideal. I do not think it is productive to attribute these reluctant troubles to a single decision or individual. It stands in the way of our efforts to address them. Shush. You know as well as I do that we must present a united front. Please do not misinterpret my tone. I have nothing but the most faith in you. Kanaya reaches out a hand to put on Karkat's head. He does not duck away in time, and she gives him an affectionate, barely hair ruffle between his horns. She keeps her hand, then pulls him a step closer so she can speak softly to him. Her voice travels high in empty cabin, but the tone is tender and private. I know this is difficult for you to take a direct compliment. I have in the past put my faith in you when the threat to our survival has been imminent and literal. Put faith in? You knocked him out. In the past. It's basically nothing to ask me to do again now that the threat is far more. Kanaya pauses here, choosing her words more carefully than usual. She takes her hand off Karkat's head and put her fingers on her lip. Karkat eyes swallow in motion, wide and bright as dollar coins. Existential is how I'm gonna put it. If we're gonna be polite, you're up on all the issues then. Kanaya sighs and starts making her way around the edge of the brood pit. How could I not be when it concerns me so directly? She lifts up the hem of her skirt and jumps in. Dave watching her, but Karkat looking contemplatively as intertwined hands. Kanaya's right. It's almost excruciating for him to take a completely unironic compliment, especially face to face, like what she just said to him. I understand this about Karkat. It's one of the precious few things he and I have in common. We utilize and project the quality in very different ways, however, which is why I'm going to win. Doug thinks is gonna win. Bruh, Doug, you're on Team Evil. How can you be the Prince of heart when you have no goddamn heart for the people you're about to crush. Goddamn Tin Man over here. But then again, I guess Rose did say there was nothing in his eyes. He might be a good kind of father to Rose in a very strange way, but not all thing is aspect. He's definitely become evil, not insane, but evil. With immortality. If those are the two options, that's what it is. Jane has been here to speak with me recently. In fact, no forking way. She was quite cordial as always. You know, I do like Jane. In some regards, she reminds me of a friend who sadly did not survive that time on the meteor. She was unfailingly kind to everyone she met, but she also happened to be the heiress to the throne of a vast and bloody empire. Wait. She's talking about February. While she had a lot of opinions on reform, she had already read some of the power from our last empress in the traditional manner. Carcat finally looks up at the description of one of their many dead friends. Kanaya carefully steps between the piles of brewed jelly and approaches the mother grub. She rests an ear after her eyes of the massive stomach and taps the shell with two perfectly manicured fingernails. And also Mother Grub, like Mother Grub's holiday. yeah, and I wasn't lying when High Night's been on the mind. By which I mean that Jane is perfectly pleasant. I believe that she only has the best of intentions. But I can't shake the feeling that deep inside her lurks the potential for definism. I'm gonna search that one up. The excessive absolute power, especially in the corner press. Wait, okay. Okay, I get why you keep calling Jane a crypto-fascist, but fucking Pfeffery. She was harmless. These things take time to gestate, Carcat. Damn. Power corrupts in small step. Compromises, concessions, appeasements, and leaders follow a sample set for them. Look at what Jane has modeled herself after already. I do believe it's important to consider present. She makes the point, power corrupts. When Kanaya is satisfied by life, she is churning inside the grotesque insides of the giant bug, she comes back to the lid of the pit and hoists herself out. This is why I trust you, Carcap, because you listen to advice from below and beside. You're not from above. And if Dave is with you, I trust you to not isolate yourself as you have in the past. Sweet, so we've got your endorsement then. She laughs, not kindly. Jane offered me a seat on the board of responsible troll reproduction. What the fuck? How dare she? That's exactly what I said. With more tact, of course. I do understand the trepidation considering what the history books teach about Alternia. Oh, like human history is a forking walk in the recreation sprawl. How hypocritical can she be? Yes, in the case you can't tell, I'm actually fucking furious about this. Can I swear? She couldn't pick a more solid than responsible. She's not even trying to mask her xenophobia. It's like she has no fucking respect for us. It's entirely thoughtless on her part. Our reproduction method is alien and unfamiliar to a human. It must sound monstrous, uncalled for even. Of course, when I hear about human grubs chew their way out the female meat spirits to donor hole before consuming the womb membrane, makes me want to vomit. But you don't see me proposing fucking political policy based on that. Dude, that's not how pregnancy works. I was about to say, that's not how it works. Dave, you might have not noticed, but we're not talking about humans right now. Yes, Dave, check your privilege. Okay. So for them, it like chews out. Like, but it says human growth. What? Anyway, we need to expose her bullshit immediately. I don't see how any troll can vote for her if they hear what she's planning. I have a feeling it would sway many non-trolls to our campaign as well. I hope there's at least one principle we share as a planet, which is we must all work to ensure equal dignity and respect for every species. Otherwise, what was this all for? Yeah, what was all the work of being, loading us, then setting up a new universe and all that jazz, trying to set up the universe worth if it's not gonna be chill. The three of them stare at the floor in adorably cartoonish synchrony. For what this is all, indeed, that's a good question. Morality is a cultural construct. It's pure ego for any of them to believe their personal interpretation of it will result in the most effective laws. Maybe the laws won't be effective entirely, but they'd be morally just. No system is perfect. In short, their laws may be supposedly perfect, Jane and Dirk's, but is it really? Nothing is perfect. So it's better probably go with morality. That might be the magic ticket folks need to hear to wake up about this issue. Would you be willing to say that exactly, but like in front of a huge crowd? Also a television crew or 6? Or maybe just in front of Jake English? Oh dear, Jane recruited Jake. That would be disastrous. He is beloved in the Troll Kingdom for his perky ass. Seriously? I told you, it's not just me. I can't know what he wants. I'm a bit more with Dave, but, I guess it's what the people want. It has some terrible arcane power. I've never seen anything like it. Well, she doesn't have him yet, but Jane is one of his best friends, so we gotta approach this with the scorched earth policy. Give him a whole charade of sob stories that'll make him feel manly and heroic for lending his support. Just gift wrapping babies for him to kiss. Troll babies even. Sure, that can be a part of the deal. He can kiss the first natural born grub right on its gooey little head. While giving double pistols and a wink to camera, no doubt. Bam, that's your re-election billboard right there. Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Of course not, but this is definitely has potential. Have you spoken to Rose yet? No, I mean, she's... Dave minds lying down, taking pills. The look Kanaya gives him is neither fond nor patronizing. What's up with that anyway? Aren't you guys, grub pregnant? Kanaya keeps staring. Dave, what the fuck? No. It's okay if you we won't tell. No. Dave, don't you dare drag me into this grave you're digging for yourself. Come on, Carcat, don't you want to be an uncle to a little bundle of love and unnatural genetic tampering? No. Waven's on the inside of your head that you just produce this endless gushing spate of atrocious word garbage every day. Okay, I'll stop freaking out. I'm just saying, from my understanding of troll reproduction, it would technically be possible for a troll and a human to... No. And with ectobiology, anything's possible. Oh my god. Why you put on this unfathomable train of thought? I don't know, it's just unusual for Rose to brush me off for your actual ecto sibling oversharing session. She's been sick for a while. Either she's pregnant or I've got reasons to be worried. Kanaya turns her head and bites her lip. Her fingers clutch at the hem of her skirt. She starts flicking like a light bulb in a heavy storm. The moon is all over the place. They sensing how uncomfortable he's made. Everything cranks up the ivory in his tone when you put a foot in your mouth, shoving all the way through your intestines and pulling out your ass is a valid tactic, he seems to believe. I'd be cool with it, you know, bring on the rosemary combo grubs. Rosemary? Like, Rose plus your last name, which is Marion or something, right? Marianne. Yeah, that. Ego Rosemary. I hate it. The Rosemary babies would have hair, her hair and your horns or whatever, like two cartoon animals of different species given to their lust and have preposterous children forking a door. I'm going to call my wife and we're going to stop talking. Her thumb is anxiously tapping on her wife's name in the context list. She walks briskly to the other side of the cave for privacy, pulling the curve her makeshift lab shut. At the other side of the cabin, Dave and Karkat bicker about their combo kits would look like in the event they actually decided to stop being such laughable wusses and began fornicating like two cartoon animals of different species who were given to lust. And the day hell freezes over, maybe their kids could even play in the snow. Kanaya puts her phone to her ear and her hand to Tiara. Rose line rings for a long time. It's unusual to think Rose rarely leaves the phone unattended. Personally, I don't think it's odd because I'm currently watching Rose laying unconscious on my workshop floor. And I think Kanaya is pretty surprised when it's not her wife who picks up. But she'll have to deal with it because I'm the one holding the phone and Rose is absolutely no condition to be having a conversation with anyone. Not even her cherished bride. Bro, it's just taking the story. Hey, sorry, but Rose can't come to the phone right now. Kanaya's voice turns sharp right away. Excuse me? She can sense something is wrong. She's also smart enough and professional enough in handling questionable men to understand she quickly needs to regulate the tone of her voice for diplomatic purposes. Maybe he is a bit insane. Like, you're literally saying you're a questionable now. Dark, like, do I even do the dark voice for dark anymore? Or do I give him an evil voice, like, because he's kind of gone evil? Dark, is that you? I don't answer immediately. I got distracted by something. She really should chill out anyway. I've got everything under control. Not that she'll be able to fully appreciate this. Yeah, that tone's probably gonna fit. Even though it's not Dark's voice for the narration. Yes, this is like in a mall. Just imagine it's Dark's voice, but I'm gonna do it in my voice, just doing a more sinister tone. I'll try to do it for a line. For practice, but I might sound like. Anyway, Dark, why are you with Rose? What is going on? I don't have the time to explain right now. John's doing something vaguely important to the plot again. I don't have the time to explain right now. John's doing something vaguely important to the plot again. It actually might be easier to do evil, dark, than just dark all the time. Dark? What? This is going to have to wait. Dark? I'm putting you on hold, okay? Dark? I think I can finally save because 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, yep, that's 7. Yay! Jesus Christ. Well, that's the homestuck for now. So yeah, gonna try and stick with 7. Jeez, I felt like the longest 7 pages by far. But maybe it's also just the fact it took me a while to swing things. I don't know. Either way, that'll be it though for today. So thank you all for watching. Thank you if you follow or subscribe. Thanks to members, and tomorrow will be 3 things, which is not the most convenient given volunteering, but yeah, I guess it'll be Vilayna and Halo 5 of that. Which is still kind of crazy. But no one knows at the end, homestuck, Lord. Anyway, though, that'll be it. So, peace, thank you, and goodbye till next time.